who has two titles, William Norek, and we have a William Goy. There are so many Williams around us. So he's a Norek, let's pronounce properly. He has two titles, IYTC steering committee members, and also IMCS international team. But in fact, I have to add one more. He's the real founder of this IYTC. Okay, so let's welcome him.
Thank you, Anselmo. Then I apologize really that we are starting 30 minutes late. So, and welcome to this Chiangmai Catholic Civic Forum 2025. And as we explore some of our global issues and the lens of social justice, peace, and youth empowerment, so we will discuss a lot regarding young people and our faith-based and Catholic social teaching now. So welcome all of you in the Chiang Mai Catholic Civic Forum. And this center, and please feel free home. This is the center for all the movements, and we believe in social justice and environment. So in this event, you will see some of our young people working with you, and some of them already is working. So if you need anything, so please talk to them, even try to reach out to me. And we are a very small group, so not really big groups, so we can share each other our idea. And already I shared with you regarding IYTC, so it's already with you in the leaflet. So this is International Youth Training Center, established by the International Movement of Catholic Students during our centennial in 2021. So we have been trying to establish a center as a centennial center of IMCS, that in our journey as a legacy, as the sign of our centennial. So this is the center. It's a gift from Brothers of San Gabriel. So we are grateful to them, even Brother Norak and Clown Foundation. So we will know about more IYTC in the coming days, within few days, and we will also try to explore our whole campus. This is around 76 acre, but now compound will be more bigger because with the help of Brothers of San Gabriel Singapore and San Gabriel Brothers in Thailand. So Jara also one of them that establishing WISE project. So that's also in the same campus. So in another side, so sides will be bigger, so we can explore together when we will have time. So welcome to International Youth Training Center. Feel free at home, and of course we are here. So if you need anything, so please reach out to us. So we will try to facilitate whatever you need. No, so thank you so much. So let's share together, discuss together, and we can work together in the coming days. Yes, thank you, and welcome again.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. William. Can you show, we have the map of the center. So we'll do one by one. So you received the logistical information, right? The map. So let me go through the program first, and then Suman will introduce the logistic information. Do you have this, the Lucia? Can you put this map into the WhatsApp group? You are in the CCG group, right? Or all of you, please share the map of the. So now let's look at the program. Okay, so we are 3 days program. This is a second forum. Second means, as you saw, met some of them. We had a 3-day forum before this one. That is in the name of Global Governance Forum. Our idea was set agenda, also learn from civil society organizations about their plan in 2025, so that we can discuss how we can work with them, and also how we can join some of the global meetings and conference and activities. So some of the issues we will bring from previous forums. So we'll do a recap, what out of this forum from Catholic perspective. And then title, the Chiang Mai Catholic Civic Forum. And there are many the Catholic meetings. So we have usually we use a term Catholic social action, right? Catholic social action movement. And sometimes we have also lay movement, but we purposely use this concept civic because civic is a broader concept, which means the Catholic NGOs engaging in civil society, or civic issues. So sometimes we use the term Catholic Social Forum. Are you aware of the Catholic Social Forum? Kins, have you attended any Catholic Social Forum? Stefan? No? Budi? How come you don't remember? Catholic Social Forum was the Catholic participants of the World Social Forum. As simple as that. As you know, there was a World Social Forum from the early 2000s, and there are a lot of Catholics in this World Social Forum. So the idea was, let's get together. Catholic Social Forum. After that, when there was an Asia Civil Society Forum, in the name of Catholic Social Forum. Okay, there was a one. And there's a Catholic Peace Forum, Peace Forum. Peace Forum is a joint venture of the Pax Romana and Pax Christi. All the Catholic group which has a name Pax, peace. So we have a Catholic Peace Forum, Social Forum linked to the World Social Forum. And that's why instead of social, peace, that's why we create a civic covering social, peace, or other dimensions, or lay, right? And the youth as well, So if you look at the program, we design program according to three pillars. First is social, second peace, third one youth. Okay, that's why we use name Civic Forum, Civic Forum. So also easy to remember CCC, But CCC has another organization, CCC, right? CCC means, there's one organization in Asia. CCC means
Church in Asia.
CCA. There's a CCA, Christian Conference in Asia. CCC is a Protestant group, right? Very well known in CCC means Campus Crusade for Christ. It's one of the Protestant evangelical groups, CCC. Campus Crusade for Christ. Very scary name. Crusade. Anyway, our CCC is a very normal. Chiangmai Catholic Civic Forum. This is the first time we are organizing this year. And after this, there's another program, 10 days program, youth training, leadership, the Kaila, Catholic Youth Leadership Academy. So it's a back-to-back-to-back. So more general, social, and then Catholic social civic movement, then the youth training program, mainly the Pax Romana IMCS, university students and some youth. Okay, so I hope you understand the dynamics. So we are in the middle of two. Some of us will attend the Kaila program. So we'll use all the outcomes of this meeting for the 10 days Kaila program. Okay, so let's look at the agenda. Now we are session 1. 1 means the first session of day 1. We will, after this introduction of agenda, we introduce ourselves once again, our organization and the personal introduction, then logistical information, 3 days. Right after that, session 2, SDG Social Summit, Financing for Development. This is the same session. We did the same session, the previous one. So I'm sure some of you are engaging the SDG, Social Sustainable Development Goal. I think Caritas, you are right. Caritas, you are very much in the SDG. And then Franciscan, Budi, you are also very much SDG, right? Franciscan, no? You are more human rights. Oh, okay. And Kins? Josephines in general. And then Stefan? Your YPD means Youth for Young Development. That means SDG, right? Yeah, more or less.
Surviving in the war.
Okay. And then Jera, are you, Nikki, are you familiar with the SDG?
But also with the international school in Singapore.
International Singapore. Yeah, okay. What about Christina? A little bit. Okay, this is one of the challenge opportunities. SE is a UN language, civil society language, and it's not, but the many of the so-called issues addressed by Catholic social teaching can be linked to the SDG, if you want to engage with the UN, any international organization. So it's a two types of language. We have a Catholic social teaching language, and SDGs, one of the secular or UN. Being the lay movement, civic movement, we need to learn two languages. Okay, so that's why we did this session previous, the Chiang Mai Global Governance Forum. We are going to review some of the, the agenda so that we can plan together, For instance, CCC will be very much engaged in these activities, right? So this year we have the social summit, second social summit, and financing for development. So we will discuss that one, and plus and other social issues and agenda. And then we have a lunch break. So we have a fixed time for coffee and tea break, 10:30 to 11. And then every session, 90 minutes. And then we have a lunch break, 90 minutes from 12:30 to 2. And 2 o'clock, we have a session on climate and environment. So here, the Budi will be the main speaker because you were in the Baku, right? Baku. And he will share, his experience of Baku and then the climate conference. And also Laudato Si movement. We have a Catholic climate movement, global movement. So we will discuss that one. And also there's a season of creation. This is annual, the campaign. And then we will also share this season of creation. So session 1 to 3 is environment climate. That's one issue. And then session 1-4 will be the human rights and the social issues. So we have a few speakers, in fact, several speakers, Lucky Fernando from Sri Lanka, and Deepika from OHD, Office of the Human Development, OHD, Office of Human Development. And in the next page, Adrian Pereira, North-South Institute, the migration, hopefully Ravi from Geneva, and Budi again, because human rights, Your Franciscan, you are engaging almost every issue in the world, right? From climate, human rights, SDG, and so on. And Raj Kumari from India, the former IMCS, who is engaged in the human rights NGO, working in India, so she will join. So this is the session 4. And then the 5:30 officially end, and then you are free for 1 hour before dinner, From 5:30 to 6:30 is a nice time to go around, walk around, Okay, but don't go too far. So we have a 6:30 the dinner, and the evening, we have a prayer, the evening prayer 8:30, 8:30. But before 8:30, usually we have the yoga or meditation or dancing meditation. But we have the brother, the Buddhist monk, he's leaving tonight, So this will be the last, the dancing meditation session. And then he's going to teach us especially how to do Om exercise. We did ourselves, right? So he's expert, the Om exercise meditation. So he give us half an hour. So this is a special moment. Don't miss it, really, really interesting, half an hour. And then he's go to the airport, today. And then 9, so we finish. And then every 9 and 10, we have a happy hour, So we have the good material from Australia. Did you buy Australia or where? Air Asia. It's a contribution from Air Asia. So we have a happy hour. So this evening between 9 and 10. And 10 o'clock, turn off and silence, Okay, so 10. If you want to continue, come this way, not sleeping quarter, okay? So we need to respect, right to sleep, right to sleep. Okay, these are today's schedule. And tomorrow, instead of session here, we are going to visit the Buddhist temple, the pagoda. You can see pagoda on the hill. And there is orchard on the way, So you need to bring the back, We'll collect all the fruits, for 3 days. Lychee or banana or whatever, Okay, so bring your bag, empty bag, not empty stomach, bag. Okay, we need to tell Buddhist temple whether it's okay. But only the problem is women are not allowed to get into pagoda, So you can walk outside, So sorry, it's their policy, I don't know why. So sorry for that.
Shorts also not allowed. Short pants.
Short pants, There's a dress code, dress code towards the pagoda. But now it's okay, all the distance, It's okay. And then we come back from the temple pagoda, and then we have a summit of the future. So there was a huge meeting, summit of the future last year. There are document called Pact for the Future. So this is all about future. So we'll pick up this topic. There are 5 areas in this Pact for the Future. One is SDG, financing for SDG, the peace and digital, and future generation, and global governance. So we'll pick up this document. We have a group discussion according to your interest tomorrow. So we have a more study session. So let me check how many, okay, among 5, which is your favorite or interest topic for you? 5, One is SDG and finance, financing for SDG, and peace, digital, youth, and future generation, and global governance. Okay, let me ask you one by one. So depending on number of the volunteers, we will decide, how to organize it. Okay, the SDG financing for development. You need to choose only one. Okay, first. Okay, nobody. Peace. We are the only one. Okay, and then digital. 1, 2, and then future generation and youth. Future generation, not necessarily only youth, intergenerational. I'm also talking about future generation too. Okay, one second, future generation. And then global governance. Okay, and last one, not interested at all, No. What about you?
Because we have another.
You are absent tomorrow. Okay, only today. Okay, so then we can have a 2 round, If the 2 rounds, first maybe it's the SDG and peace, and second round, okay. All right, good. So we'll have a ISOMO group discussion. We'll share the document, already document available. We'll put in the WhatsApp. You can look at those documents. And then we have a lunch break. After that, we have a session 2, 3, the World Day of Peace. We have a Pope's message for World Day of Peace. And we are going to read together, There are 3 concrete proposals in the World Day of Peace. One is, the debt cancellation, debt forgiveness, the ecological debt, and then the death penalty, the culture of life, and last one is the military spending, redirecting military spending, for climate, hunger, education, and so on. So these 3 concrete proposals. Then we are going to discuss more detail later on in terms of strategy action, but we'll read together World Day of Peace, and they have a group discussion again. Okay, tomorrow. The last session tomorrow is a peace. So we will do the Catholic Peace Forum. Catholic Peace Forum, English name, but we have a Latin name, Pax Catholica, Pax Catholica. Because we don't want too many, if it's English, French, Spanish, so they be like a Pax Romana, Latin, common, common name, Pax Catholica Forum, PCF. The last year we have the 3 meetings, hybrid. One is Nagasaki, and the Rome, and Geneva. Okay, we have 3 meetings. So, and Nagasaki I'll present. Each one has the outcome documents. The Nagasaki appeal for peace, Rome appeal for peace, and the Geneva appeal for peace. So the William will introduce Rome appeal for peace, and then the Budi, because Franciscan International was a part of Geneva Peace Forum, Budi will introduce outcome document, and then we will discuss. And then at the same time, we will also discuss plan for this year, Catholic Peace Forum this year. So now already we have a plan, RCC, in Rome, okay, RCC in June, when there's a Jubilee, because of Jubilee, and also Hiroshima and others. We plan together. That is the last session of tomorrow. And then day 3, last day, we have a morning World Youth Day, World Youth Day. And also we'll discuss together with the Synod on Youth 2019. The Pak Somana produced a briefing paper about World Youth Day. So we'll use that one to discuss again, World Youth Day, and especially 2027, how we can participate. And then session 3.2, there's a Synod on synodalities. This 4-year process concluded last year. So we have Stefan, who organized the forum, lay forum during the synod. So he will share the outcome and also follow up. And also we can discuss together how we can participate in the follow-up process, the synods, the synodality. And then session 3.3, in terms of concrete planning, so we are going to produce the event calendar for campaign and advocacy. So all the secular, UN, social, and the Catholic Church put together so that we can use common calendar to your own organization and also joint program, It can be Franciscan Pak Somana, Caritas, the YPD, Kadai movement. There are many Catholic movements, how we can work together, Okay, so the last session, we plan to visit coffee farm, we drink coffee, right? So we meet a coffee producer, Okay, so this is very important to understand, this Laudato Si dynamics. And also there's another Buddhist temple nearby. And also hopefully we meet Brother Anurag, who is founder of this center together with William, So he's you know him very well, right? Okay, so hopefully we have some dialogue with Brother Anurag, and then walking around the center, and okay, and then the last day, so we have a happy hour again. So Stefan, we should not consume all tonight, So we have to control, the last day, Okay, keep them. So this is a happy hour. This is end of the day 3. So first today, social, peace, and youth. So you can see in the next page the list of speakers and also agenda or guiding questions. Okay. So Buddhi, how many times your name? Several times. You are omnipresent. Buddhi is omnipresent. The multi-task.
I have to work, man.
You're here for holiday, right? Okay, working holiday. Okay, you're here for working holiday. Okay. So, this is a hybrid. So we have to also be about, it's not only among ourselves. So we have to see, let me see, how many are in, okay. The Berta is on the way. She's on the taxi. Let me see who is online participant. At the moment, nobody, but some will come their session, as the lecturer. All right. Any question about agenda? Is too hectic, too heavy, too boring, too challenging? How? Anything missing, William? Suman? It's okay. Anything missing here? It's okay. Okay, then now let me invite, so we'll continue with this program. So if there's any change, we'll let you know. If any suggestion, feel free, to contact us. Yeah. Then now the Suman will introduce this logistical note to make your stay comfortable, safe, and also enjoyable. Suman?
Good morning, everyone. Once again, welcome to the International Youth Training Center. So I am Suman, currently I'm serving in International Movement of Catholic Students at the Asia Pacific Coordinator, and partially we are also looking after the center and any other works here. So happy to have you all here. So let me just briefly go through some of the logistic information, some of the basics, but we have already given the copy of this information so that you can also go through all those things. But some of the important thing is like I just want to emphasize on one thing that particularly please enjoy the environment and you might have some city areas or places. This will be a kind of a place where you can reflect on like okay, you see peaceful environment and other things. So apart from this, so we have our timetable. Okay, let me first go through like, okay, we have three meeting rooms here. So this is called meeting room A. So mostly our discussion, our meetings, most of the meetings will be conducted here. So, but we also have two different meeting rooms. So meeting room C will be the secretariat. So if you need to know any other like information about the program center and other things, you can reach out to our secretariat. And then we have a meeting group B. So that's mostly for like focus group discussion. So it's partially so yeah, we can call it like medium meeting group. And the other thing is like, so we have different blocks here. So most of our facilitators are in block A. So one to know and we can do the, they are in the block A. Another like we have 5 different blocks for our case or participant interaction. And all our interns, our staff are in block 6. So it's for your basic information if you want to reach out to us. And then we have our breakfast time, we will usually serve breakfast at 8, then we will start our session at 9. So and then for lunch we have like 7:30, but in between lunch and dinner we also have some break times like we will have our first break at 10:30 and second break time is at 3:30. And we will have our dinner at 6:30. So these are some basic dinner timing that we will be in upcoming day. So yeah, Antaman has already mentioned that we have some time for this. For example, in the morning we will start our prayer at 6:45. So you are more than welcome to join, and then yoga will be after the prayer. So that means it's 7 a.m. we start our yoga, and then putting later evening also at 8:30 we have our evening prayers, and then if there's some changes in prayer schedule and everything, we will let you know. Yeah, and then some of the basic things like okay, you might see many dogs roaming around. So, yeah, and they are lovely. They want to follow our new friends. They're not new people. They want to guide and they want to accompany them. But we instruct you not to like be kind of like very polite or friendly to them because they might be sometimes annoying or following you every time. So please try to keep some distance from the dog. So if you are like still annoyed by them, so let us know so that we can instruct them not to do that. I think those are some of the logistic information, and this is the map. So this map will also be posted in a WhatsApp group. So if you want to know some of the places like chat hall or meeting hall, like we also have our open hall, and then we have some decks like we call it budgets for discussion if you want to have some kind of like group discussion or everything. So we will let you know all those things, but this is particular or map, so it will be guiding well for different programs. So we have dining and other places. So later you can do for this. And then for your meetings and everything, so already the logistic information, the link and everything has been given. I think, and then other than this, like if you need Wi-Fi access, I think most of you have already got the access, but still, if you want to connect with other devices, so it's very simple. So there will be like appearing the name IOCC and then passport is like IOCC 0001. So it's very simple, but later we will also provide you with QR code if you need otherwise. Let us know for other information and other services. And all our insurance and will be available all the time roaming around. So if you need anything, please feel free to contact us. Okay, have a nice day.
Okay, so let me see who is the first time this center, first time. 1, 2. Are you? But Jera, you been here before, right? Okay, so this was our talented intern, the Lucia. So she made this one. Can you highlight some of the important facilities? Come. The interest, because I think when she made like this, I'm sure she has some idea behind. Could you please explain? Okay, where we are now?
Now we are in the living room A. the
A.
big one.
We are here in the meeting room A. Then.
So we have like 3 ways to come to IRBC. First, maybe when you come with taxi, you come from this way. This way.
No, sometimes taxi come this way, right?
Yes.
This way. And then
Now we are in the here. So I will explain from this way. So basically we are here in the main way when you come to first time IRBC, but there is another way. So first you will see like staff kitchen. We have 2 kitchens. So main kitchen in dining room and staff kitchen, small kitchen. And then staff resident, we are on the IRBC staff here. And then guest room, we have 3 buildings. So 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is for guest room. And then we will see near the Civic chapel, when you come to first time, you will see our DC office here. When you yesterday you registration? No registration. Usually for the program, we always like registration here. And there is storage room here, the big storage room. We also have like storage room, the small one, near the dining hall. Dining hall, we have this is same building, like behind we will see laundry. This is the main laundry. You can all the guest room will be doing like laundry here in storeroom. And common kitchen, this is the big white kitchen. And then this one, coffee corner. And then
coffee corner means a free coffee or have to pay?
we have to pay.
Pay to whom? How much is the coffee?
We have one pack, 250 baht. If you want to buy coffee beans.
Coffee beans.
Coffee beans, it's about 2.
But there's a coffee
200.
machine, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes
there's a-
William make coffee free, right? Sometimes.
Really?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
So that means if you are very nice with William, he'll make a coffee from the machine. Otherwise, you have to pay. No, it's a joke.
No, okay. Just when you want to buy the coffee beans, it's paid. Okay. Yes. And also like we have also coffee, not coffee, cocoa. Cocoa.
So we are going to meet the farm, the one who produces cocoa and the coffee.
And then there is 3 meeting rooms here, the big one, we call A, meeting room A, and then in the middle, B, and then the small one, C. C, usually we use for the,
So during the forum, we use secretary the C. If you want to have a private meeting, B, in between. Okay, B.
and then we have one gazebo, you can see there. And you also can play there. And then open hall. So open
Yeah,
hall.
that's it. There, open hall. The sports and then group discussion, the big meeting, open hall.
Yes. And the open hall also have like 3 gazebos, 2 gazebos there. So we can use the gazebo for group discussion, for example. And then near the storeroom, we try to plan this like
We plan to make a library.
Yes.
If you have enough money, enough books, the library. That's a moment story. Okay, very good.
So, yeah. So,
Okay, thank you. Good, thank you. So this is the only center part, but the other side is like open forest. You can walk around. So we'll make another map later on. And the other side is a Brother Anurag's farm, farm and the youth residence. So we introduce one by one. All right, so thank you. So now let's introduce one another. Yesterday we did informally. And so now let's do formally. Relate to the agenda, and then you have to say which session most interesting for you and then how, okay? Because this is very important. We are going to collect all the useful information for our discussion and the planning. So please introduce.
Thanks. Good morning again. My name is James Aparece from the Philippines. I coordinate the Friends Peace Teams Asia West Pacific.
Oh, what peace? What's it?
Friends Peace Teams.
It's the name of organization.
And for us, peace has many aspects. It's not just about not really sitting down and waiting for the world to be peaceful. So first is we believe that we cannot really make peace with each other unless we make peace with the earth. So environment is very important. And we cannot make peace if we will not change the way we treat the land and the way we treat children. So our work is in the community, showcasing how peace is really possible. So most of our workshops are intergenerational, and we include everyone because there is a very good research that if we really want to be successful in this work for peace, we include everyone, different religions, different backgrounds. And another thing is we are more interested in the application of peace. So a lot of people would ask me, have you gone to this, mediation network? And I would tell them, we don't wait for the trouble to come. We make communities practice the tools for peace so that they will be able to say no and to find solutions so that they won't fight. So there's a preventative practice of peace in the communities. We've been successful in dissipating communities that are highly violent in nature, extremists, extreme religious violence. So we are present in Central Java, Condomolio, for example, and now a young person is back in Lima, third red country at red places in Indonesia. We don't lecture. We make people experience and live together. So this is a very good idea of staying for 3 days because research will show that the body will remember an experiment and an experience if you've done it between 18 to 24 hours.
Okay. Can you introduce your human background, the YCS background?
And I'm so thankful. I don't think I would be successful in this group if I did not become part of, in the Philippines, it's called the Student Catholic Action of the Philippines. I'm still part of the board, and I used to do the executive director. Until now, still there. And then I got to become part of the Asian team of the International Young Christian Students. And that's how I got to know all of these friends. Thank you.
So just to clarify, we have a two student Catholic movement. One is a high school, International Young Christian Students. IYCS, and then we have IMCS, Catholic University, but some YCS, they continue the university and beyond. So YCS, we go YCS, IMCS. Okay, these are the all Catholic group. Okay, shall we continue? This echo, the Berta said, Berta, can you hear? Say something.
So, Stefan Kigach is my name. I come from Australia originally, from Melbourne, if any of you have ever visited there. More recently, I've been living in Perth on the other side, in the west. My background was with a movement called the Young Christian Workers, which was founded by a Belgian priest called Joseph Cardijn. And actually this year is the official centenary of the foundation of that movement in Belgium in 1925. Maybe many of you haven't heard of this priest, Joseph Cardijn, but many of you, if you're involved with different Catholic organisations, you'll heard of the See, Judge, Act method, which has been also adopted by the Church. And this was actually originally developed by this priest, Joseph Cardijn, and the Young Christian Workers and the other movements, such as the Young Christian Students, which grew from that inspiration. So, of course, as you can see, I'm not young anymore. So we find different ways to continue our commitment. Well, this already goes back 25 years. I worked for a French Catholic development organisation called Catholic Committee Against Hunger and for Development, CCF Terre Solidaire, which means, well, I translate it as solidarity. It means solidarity Earth, or maybe you can say solidarity planet. It's a bit similar to Caritas, except in France they also have Caritas. But the big difference with Terre Solidaire was that it was created by the lay movements. So it was created by people from the YC Young Christian Workers, the Young Christian Students, Society of St. Vincent de Paul, Pax Christi, and now there's about 20, nearly 30, I think, different Catholic lay movements that have created this international development organisation called CCF Terre Solidaire. I worked for them. While I was working for them, I was responsible for projects in Thailand, Myanmar, Vietnam, and China. And it was in that time, first we sort of took two initiatives. First one was we knew that there were many people working in the field of development and they were following this See, Judge, Act methodology. So we brought them together and created a network, which eventually took the name Cardijn Community International. The second thing was we launched a project with young people who were involved in development issues. And originally we had young people from most countries of Southeast Asia. Over time, we were unable to maintain it, but still it continues on the Thai-Myanmar border among the Karen community. So we have really a real network now. I think now finally we can really call it a movement, led by an amazing guy. He's not so young anymore because this started 25 years ago. So I think he must be nearly 50. But anyway, he's created this amazing network which still uses the name Young People for Development, Karen Young People for Development, in many villages on both sides of the Thai-Myanmar border near Mesot. And we're trying to relaunch we used to run international training programs and exchange programs, but COVID killed it. And now we're still looking for a way to relaunch again. Maybe this is something we can discuss this few days. Myself, now I'm retired as far as paid work is concerned, but there's always more unpaid work than paid work. So we started a thing called the Australian Cardijn Institute. And the way to explain that really is if you think of the Jesuits, they have a founder, St. Ignatius. And all around the world, there are different things to promote Ignatian spirituality and run retreats. How would you run those retreats if people didn't get trained in the Ignatian spirituality and the Ignatian method? So the purpose of the Australian Cardijn Institute is to slowly to try and train people in that, not only the See, Judge, Act method narrowly, but in the whole conception of the lay apostolate developed by, not only by Cardine, but by many people, but we associate it mostly with Cardine. I think that's enough for me to introduce myself.
Okay, thank you. So good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zara. I'm the Executive Director of Montfort Center. That's a spirituality and retreat center based in Singapore. So our founder is Saint Louis Marie Montfort. He was a missionary priest in France. And one of the congregations that he founded was the Montfort Brothers of Saint Gabriel. And so we have many educative missions. We have schools and institutions across the world. More so, I'm involved in the schools in the District of Southeast Asia. So that covers the Philippines, that covers Myanmar, Singapore, Malaysia. Soon we hope to go into Indonesia in Labuan Bajo or Ruteng. Yeah. One of the here is also because since I'm also in the area of education, we are bringing up the future, and that's our children. And I think more so in Singapore, we need to also invite our children to look beyond just Singapore as a developed country. We need to also grow together with others in the region. And I thought that this would be a wonderful opportunity to learn more, to find out more, and hopefully be able to bring this back to our children. We also have the Young Christian Students movement in Singapore. I think two of our schools are involved in it, St. Gabriel's Secondary School and Montfort Secondary School. So very happy to be here with you all this morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'll make my introduction short. I'm Nikki from Singapore. I'm here for leisure, mainly to accompany Zara. But yeah, thank you for the warm welcome. I can't wait to hear from the experts of all these various topics today. I just wish that the visit to the coffee farm was like today and not in day 2 and day 3. But yeah, I enjoy my stay here so far. Thank you.
My name is Budi. I'm Indonesian by nationality, and professionally I work for Franciscan International. As I explained yesterday, Franciscan International is a movement or an NGO built by the Franciscan families. And when we talk about Franciscan, one of the most important thing is for us to remember is that it is founded by two persons. Saint Francis of Assisi and Saint Clare of Assisi. So it's very important to see Saint Francis will not be Saint Francis like what we know without Saint Clare. So that's very important because the two of them were two intellectuals who had lots of discussions, and it was revolutionary for both of them because they both come from bourgeois, middle class family. And of course, the story is very long. Maybe you know the story of St. Francis because of the war dialogue with the Muslim, etc. But St. Clare was very progressive. Just imagine a woman at that time, woman in the 12th century, who renounced her very privileged positions in Assisi, in a very rich area, and became a nun. And of course, the father was very angry because he was prepared to get married, to get a nice life, etc. But she renounced that, and then she was followed by her sister, and she was also followed by her mother. So the father was left alone, and she had very progressive in terms of thinking of that time, and then both of them, St. Francis and St. Clare, had lots of discussions together that then is known as the Franciscan. Yeah, so that's why it's very important for us to see this kind of dialogue that has happened before our modern time. So Franciscan International is a network of all the Franciscan congregations. As I explained yesterday as well, it's not only Catholic, but Catholic, Anglican, and maybe soon also Lutheran. So we are ecumenical. Of course, most of the Franciscans are Catholic, but it is not only a Catholic members. And for us, our main mandate is to represent the work of the Franciscans in different parts of the world to the United Nations. And because we have quite small staff, so we try to concentrate on several countries and regions. We work for the Asia Pacific, we work for the Americas, Africa, and Europe. And in each country, each region, we focus on several countries. Like for Asia Pacific, we work on Solomon Islands, we work on West Papua / Indonesia, we work on the situation of the Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Myanmar. But Myanmar is much more behind the doors because of the security reasons. And then for other regions, we work on, for example, on Guatemala, on Brazil, and then the Central Asia because of the migration issues. And then in Africa, we work on Madagascar, Mozambique, Cameroon, Uganda, and a little bit of Benin. And then for Europe, it's a new program for us. We work on the situation of migrants in the Mediterranean, plus the situations of the human rights situations in Croatia, and also the issue of migrations in the British Isles. So those are our key focus. And then we mainly work through the UN human rights mechanisms. And then we do several reportings, bringing partners coming from the ground to provide testimonies or to do advocacy. But we also work on the issue of climate change because the issue of environment is one of the key issues of the Franciscans. So that's why environment is one of the key issues that we are working on. And we used to work on SDGs, but because of the lack of resources, we don't have that many staff. Then we don't really work with SDGs anymore. But that's still, yeah, for us to keep an eye on. But we don't have any colleague or specific person who work on the SDGs. And that's so Franciscan International.
Okay, what about your background?
So, like him, like many of us, the Catholic student movement served us as an eye opener, no? Because the experience through this student network, it helped us to understand our world better. And like for me, I grew up in PMK, the National Catholic Student Movement in Indonesia, since the early 90s. As once again, you were not yet born at that time, but I was already in the student movement. And then my first experience was in the Philippines, and for us, Philippines was also very important because of the political dynamic that was quite similar with Indonesia under the dictatorship, etc. And then after that, I was the coordinator. Let's put it in that way. I don't like the word president, but I was in the position of William. So for 4 years between 1999 until 2003, I was in that position. At that time, our office was still in Paris before the historic move to La Roche-sur-Foron. So I was in that office for about 4 years. And then I moved to ICMICA, Pax Romana, to help Anselmo. And really, the Pax Romana network is a big network, and you will be very surprised to see the alumni or those who are related to Pax Romana when you work at the international level. Many leaders, for good or for bad, they used to have the experience with Pax Romana. And as a Catholic, it is also very interesting being at the international diplomacy circle, no? And in many occasions, not that Catholic is better than other religions or other faith, I don't say that, no? But there is a certain kind of identity among the Catholic. When we have discussions with the international network, all of a sudden there's a kind of good understanding and helping each other, especially knowing that we have the Catholic social teachings, we have also a collective experience as a church. But at the same time, we also have some burdens as Catholic. Like when you see the abuses within the Catholic Church, all of a sudden we are also blamed, you know. So on certain occasions we are blamed. Why you do that in the Catholic Church? Not that I did personally, but we need to be able to explain as well, and also to apologize. So that's very important. And also sometimes on the role of the women in the Catholic Church, we have the responsibility also to explain it. So being Catholic, working at the international level, there are certain facilities or certain certain things that help us to network better, but sometimes it entails also to the responsibility to explain some of the homework or the difficulties or the bad things done by the Catholic Church. But the Catholic movement has helped me a lot, really, a lot at the international arena. Thank you.
Okay, how is the vice background, vice economic background, Mongol background, and then Franciscan and Paksaman? Okay, please. Now, you have this. Please.
Thank you. Good morning again. Again, my name is Ari. This is also the same name of the SkyTrain station in Bangkok, just 10 minutes from our office. So if you're around the area, you are most welcome in my area. So yeah, but you don't have to mention my name because you won't get any discount whatsoever. So I'm a regional program officer of Caritas Asia. We are as a regional secretariat. We have now 6 staff. We have our president is Dr. Benedict Alo de Rosario from Bangladesh. Our regional coordinator is Ms. Chimre Mungrefi from India. Both of them have extensive experiences and a long history with Caritas work, more than 20 years. And then myself, and then one person from Cambodia and 4 persons from Thailand. So we are a mixed group in the region secretariat. We don't work with the community. We don't implement projects or programs because our mandate is to serve and to support Caritas member organizations in Asia. There are 25 of them in 4 sub-regions. We mainly work on this field. We have different names and fancy names, but I'll just break it down. It's a disaster risk reduction, emergency response, climate change adaptation, sustainable ecology, sustainable agriculture, safe migration and anti-human trafficking. And of course, one of the through communication and advocacy, but through from our lenses. So it's kind of different when we translate advocacy in our context in Asia for Caritas. So when Anselmo asked about the work in SDGs, yes, we used to work a little bit about this. I think back before COVID 2018, 2019, we even allocated one specific program, even mini projects for different countries for SDG number 2 on zero hunger. But again, there was no continuity in that, meaning it was a pilot, and there was also a different interpretation of working on SDGs and advocacy for different countries. And the way we try to translate that is it's quite challenging also because when we say about advocacy, SDGs, zero hunger, it was translated more into working with the farmers working. So it's kind of, we felt that we needed more exposures on how we translate and how we understand SDGs. So we decided to stop that and try to look from different angle for our contribution to SDGs. And for safe migration and anti-human trafficking, we used to have it's called Greater Mekong Sub-Region Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. It's a big issue in Asia because all these countries are, we are connected either as the origin, transit, or destination countries. So this is a huge issue for us and our main priorities. For climate change and climate justice and also integral ecology, we are focusing mostly on the supporting smallholder farmers and providing platforms for our member organizations to come and exchange for their experiences, also best practices. It's more, some of them are more technical, some of them are more on how to sessions, how to exchange and how to do things. But at the same time, it's also try to connect different actors in sustainable agriculture, also in circular ecology, because we felt that we somehow quite small in terms of network, but in different countries, they're actually more wider and also bigger network there. So we try to engage as much as possible. Yes, and yeah, we are regional secretariat of one of the regional secretariat of this one of the civil regions of Caritas Internationalis, and yes, I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And then please.
Thank you. Good morning. My full name is Christina Shotabdi Mondal, and I'm from Bangladesh. I am still now a student, and I'm studying architecture from Khulna University, Bangladesh. And I'm also an active member of BCSM, terms comes to Bangladesh Catholic Students Movement. And we are working for peace, justice, creativity, because we believe that some hidden or inherent talent we are get or we experience, and something grows within ourselves. So just without proper guidelines or proper something, we cannot explore that. So sometimes we need a push up, sometimes we need to say that yes, you have something, you can do, you can work for that. So in Bangladesh, and we have lot of programs, functions, and a lot of just to explore ourselves. In Bengali, can I sing a song? Firstly, just before singing a song, I just want to try to portray the meaning, because as I am saying that we all human have something within ourselves. Just sometimes we overlook, sometimes we don't know, sometimes we just it's okay. It's not a talent. It's not something, but it is. Sometimes a small being can grow like a big monster tree. Just we have to push. We need a push. So I am singing a song like Amar Hiyar Majhe Tumi Lukiye Chile. That means sometimes in backside, from our heart, it is hidden. Just we need to explore. So আমার হিয়ার মাঝে লুকিয়েছিলে, দেখতে আমি পাইনি তোমায়, দেখতে আমি পাইনি। আমার হিয়ার মাঝে লুকিয়েছিলে, বাহির পানে চোখ মেলেছি, বাহির পানে আমার হিয়ার পানে যাইনি, আমার হিয়ার মাঝে লুকিয়েছিলে, দেখতে আমি পাইনি তোমায়, দেখতে আমি পাইনি। Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, now we have, as we introduced yesterday, here we have an intern, IYTC interns, run by joint with the IMSS, and then we have one volunteer and major. Let's introduce into two batch, first batch and second batch. The 6 months internship program. Let's introduce first batch first. First batch.
Good morning. I'm Balbia Jengcham. I'm from Bangladesh.
The rest individually content. It's a time for us. Topic maybe.
Hello everyone. My name is Lucia. I am from Indonesia. And yeah, I'm active in family. So MCS have a national movement. So Indonesia, we call template. Thank you.
Okay. Nation.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Paula, and I'm the second batch of the intern here. Me and Niru, and I'm from Indonesia and from PM Krito.
Wow.
So hello everyone. My name is Niru, but my full name is Niru Mayatano, and I'm also from Nepal, and I am also a member of IMCS. It stands for International Movement of Catholic Youth. And yeah, and this year, from this January, like we are the second batch starting as a new intern here in UNFCCC. And nice to meet you.
Then we have I manager.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My full name is Teresia Anggreni Vedo, but you can sort it out as Anggivedo. You can call me Anggivedo. So I'm a pharmacist in my place, and I was also from PMCRI branch Surabaya because I was student there, and now here as a IYTC manager. Thank you.
Okay, good. Everybody introduced. Let's work on how first. So we have a coffee break, tea, coffee. If you are nice with William, you can coffee. For those interns, I prepare rolling cake. You know the brother now, he's leaving tonight, so subscribe to your message. Thank you. Okay. During the break. Okay, let's go for lunch break. Lunch break. No.
From Bangladesh. I work for the International Movement of Catholic Students. I just passed from one for Asia Pacific, so I was Asia Pacific coordinator. So at the time when I joined IMCS, at the time we were preparing for our centennial 2021, but unfortunately it was a pandemic, so we couldn't do any physical celebration. We did online, but this year we just had last year we just had a private audience with Pope Francis as the part of our centennial celebration. So at the time we were trying to establish a center. Especially we were giving a full force to establish a center in Europe, but it was budget and some other issues also, and we were also struggling financially, and due to pandemic we could establish a center in Europe or some other parts. So then when I became Asia Pacific coordinator, we have been thinking for us to find a place, especially financial. So after that, when we were seeing that our previous team, that they were struggling to establish center there. So my father and one brother, no father did it. So father did it, let's finish his post-PhD, postdoctoral in Australian University, and back to India. Then I asked him, father, couldn't we stop to brother on behalf of us? So as I am Asia Pacific. So father picked up brother. Brother said, yeah, why not? But I didn't. What do you want to do? What's my podcast? Why you want to build this center? So, and then I was thinking, and within 7 days, I just sent him a concept paper in 2-page, and then in a same email, okay, William, I'm here. So what do you want from me? So just let me know. So that's how we started. And 2022, we started our construction here. Brother just told me that you have given me your brain and your idea. So I'll be doing for you. You just come here. So we will work together. So this is how we started here. And we did a MOU with Brothers of St. Gabriel in Thailand, with the Clam Foundation, with formerly non-formal education office. It's now it's a Department of Learning and Encouragement. So now we are working with these, and next week we will have a MOU signing with the Sukhothai University and the Ministry of Education. So they will be recognizing this center, and we will be going another part of there. So Thai name is Ban San Phan Suk. So this center is also Ban Phan Phan Suk in English Life Skill Academy 2. So there is a 3. So this both center, this full campus will be one of the recognized place, Sukhothai University's campus. So we will be also offering some courses in the future, hopefully. So this is where we are now. And before I became Asia Pacific coordinator, I was president for Bangladesh Catholic Students Movement. So, and also in the same time, I was also serving as the president for Bangladesh Indigenous Students Council also. That's national network body for the indigenous students. So I was serving for this both movement. And in 2023, I elected as the international president for IMCS Pax Romana. So now globally I am working. So time to time coming here, since we have a lack of human resources and several struggles and challenges. So yeah, that's now we have a quite small workforce we have, including interns, volunteers, and we have 2 Asia Pacific coordinators, and we have manager now. So hopefully, slowly our team will be increasing, and we will be able to provide more facilities in the coming days for different organization and civil society. So one of our purpose was this place will be inclusive, and will be providing service to other like-minded organizations, civil society, and faith-based organization for them to space, to brainstorm, work together, and for different conferences as well. Those who are struggling like us, those who limited budget, but they don't have place. So this is the place. This was one of our purpose and vision to serve to other like-minded organizations as well. So in the future, if you feel that you need place and you have limited budget, finance, if you have limitations, we are ready to assist you, whatever we have of facilities here. So you are welcome to use our center, and we are here to serve you and facilitate your program. Thank you.
While listening to Budi,
Pre-check yourself, pre-check yourself. You ask ChatGPT about you, how you known, in the internet world is very scary, very scary. I don't know. Okay, we have now let's introduce online participants. Oh, we have a Bishop Herman Lechi from SB Foundation. Could you please open camera if possible and introduce?
From Papua New Guinea.
Oh, from Papua New Guinea. Okay, hello. I did that. Hello, could you please introduce yourself? Sago from Bangladesh, can you introduce? And then Mary Nguyen. Okay, no. Okay, these are some technical challenges. Please, you can write down the chat box to introduce yourself. If you cannot speak, let's continue. I'm sorry about technical problems. I hope you can find a solution. Okay, now this session 1, 2, is set the agenda, substantive agenda for our action. And as we know, we have different Catholic organizations, Caritas, Paxomana, IMSS, ICMICA, and YCS, YCW, and then Montfort, the education. And also we have a students movement. So I'm trying to, this session, I want to show, in the WhatsApp already I shared the agenda of previous forum, Chiang Mai Global Governance Forum. Let me show in the screen. So can you see in the screen? This one also available in the WhatsApp. You can download this one in the WhatsApp, both. Is it big enough? No. Okay. Full screen. Okay. The last 3 days, as you see the same, session 1 to the same, they also we discussed SDG, Social Summit, Financing for Development, all the socio-economic agenda, including the environment. And then we discuss also Summit of the Future. So this will be the same, so we'll discuss both SDG, social, and then Summit of the Future. Day 2 of the previous forum, we discuss ASEAN Summit. This year, as you know, the Malaysia is hosting. Next year, it will be Philippines. So we discuss how civil society can engage effectively with the upcoming summit, the ASEAN Plus 3, and East Asia Summit. Okay, but we don't discuss this issue in our forum because this is not directly linked. But if there is a sum, we may be able to organize a Catholic Social Forum at the margin or as a side event or back-to-back without this type of meeting, but no concrete plan yet, All very much depends also Malaysia, Anybody from Malaysia here in the room? Nobody, Okay, maybe Indonesia. Indonesia, you are good friends, right? Malaysia, Indonesia, right? No. Oh, Singapore. Maybe Singapore. Are you good with the Malaysia? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So for us, Singapore, Malaysia together, okay? Yeah. Together, okay. So let's see whether what we can do together. This summit, Malaysia summit, and next year maybe you can do because of Philippines next year, Philippines. So there'll be a huge NGO process we call APF, ASEAN People's Forum, ASEAN Civil Society Conference, several hundred. The last 2 years ago I was in Indonesia, APF. There was 500 people, huge, But there was no Catholic group, not organized. So you can make use of those opportunities to bring together Catholic group. That's the idea of Catholic Social Forum. And then we have our climate. So we'll do climate with the Budi, But previous one, we had the expert from Thailand, Wanun, Okay. So we'll share with you a PowerPoint. Who control all the PowerPoints? The Lucy? Yeah. So don't send the PowerPoint now. There are too much now. So we'll do step by step. Otherwise you have the digestion problem. Okay, step by step. So don't worry about too much. We'll give you in time. Okay, step by step. And then we discuss democracy and civic space and also human rights and migration. But these are all the expert panel. There's a PowerPoint and also we have a recording, so we can share with you later on. And also global summit. So we did a global summit. The G7 will go to Canada this year, and G20, our interns, now you're all, right? What is the G20 this year? Our interns. Anybody remember? Where's the G20 summit this year? G20 summit, the host of G20 summit. So these are recap for them, you know. So those who participate the Global Governance Forum, it will be South Africa, you know, South Africa. So do we have a YCS South Africa very strong, right? YCW? Not very good. YCS? Yes. We have a YCS very strong, you know. We have a Albert Nolan, former chaplain, right? And Pak Somana, and the Caritas. Caritas, yes, right? So this is another opportunity for Montfort missionaries, South Africa. Oh, yes. Brothers, you see. So this was another opportunity to G20 summit and also BRICS. The BRICS stand for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, you know, South Africa. Okay. So the last year BRICS summit was Russia. This year it will be Brazil, you know. But this BRICS, not only India, from next year, Indonesia too, you know. Indonesia is everywhere, very dangerous, you know. Indonesia now everywhere, you know. Good or bad, you know. We have to see which one is good, which one is bad, you know. Okay, Indonesia. So that's why this will be, but this is not directly linked to Catholic group. So if there's a need, we will discuss, you know. If there's an interest group, you know, the BRICS, G20 and G7. And then day 3, and then SDG 16 plus, you know, among 17 SDG, there's a 16, which basically the peace, justice, and strong institution. In other words, peace, human rights, and democracy, you know. Okay. So there was a session by Ada, and then we have a session peace, the main agenda of the peace in this year. After that, we produce advocacy event calendar, all the international meetings, anniversaries about, you know, democracy, human rights, climate, peace, and so on and so on. So all this global forum was for our forum, you know. So here it's like a menu, so we can pick and choose, you know, which one, you know. Maybe individually organization or collectively some or all, you know. Okay, so we'll share with you all this, the PowerPoint first, and later recording, you know, recording. Okay. So this was the agenda of last 3 days. And then we'll create our own calendar, you know, the one column, civil society, UN, and then Catholic Church. And then we will plan together. Okay, so let's go to so now this session, I want to introduce same PowerPoint which I use. So can you download PowerPoint? There's one PowerPoint, session 1, 2. Okay, this one, the yellow one. This was the PowerPoint used for the previous sessions, but more or less the same content. But the Global Governance Forum was a meeting of experts, you know, So there was no basic explanation because they knew, you know, so we just into the substantive issues. But this one is a different, you know, this one, not everybody is familiar with this one, the SDG, this one. So I want to do more interactive workshop style, you know, learning rather than expert, you know, dialogue, you know, okay? And for our is to follow all the jargons, all the everything new. So I hope this is better. So we'll do more to make sure that you digest all the content because this will go into our planning part of the last day. So let's remind once again our agenda. Prasto and the beta is now. So let's see the agenda. Let me see, where is the agenda? Or is it disappearing? It was. Yeah, can you, any screen sharing? Agenda, oh yeah, thank you, yeah, agenda. So I want to stress once again. Okay, can you see the, like a big? Who control agenda now? Whose computer is it? It's me or somebody? Whose computer? The big screen? Okay, already we discussed the session 1, but especially for, I want to highlight Presetto and Berta. So we have one session on synod on synodalities, which is very, very important. So Presetto, you will be one of the speakers together with the Stefan, synodalities. And then lastly, the session 3.3, Pax Jubilee campaign. This is for 3-year campaign plan. We have a framework, but we want to make a details with you, Pax Jubilee campaign. Jubilee means this year, 2025. Pax Jubilee campaign. 2027 is a World Youth Day. And also this year is a mandate of William and mandates of Tuman, So we want to 3-year very intensive global campaign using the Pope's message and the UN many agenda put together, concrete action, So our target is 1 million signatures. Not only signatures, but action, 1 million. So 3-year period, Okay, so there was an idea. And also this will be, our Pope Francis produced a lot of the document, message, encyclical and so on and so on, but very little implemented, For instance, World Day of Peace message and also many encyclical, more welcomed by civil society than within the Catholic Church, unfortunately, That's why we need to do a study and, make a plan, how to implement the Pope's message in today's coming 3 years. So that was basically our plan. And also we have infrastructure, IYTC and other, how to maximize all this structure, opportunity, resources, and so on and so on, okay? So, there's an interlink between the governance forum and this civic forum. So let's go back to the now PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, it's a yellow one. Okay, yeah, let me have to make. Okay, let me see. Not everyone is familiar with the SDG, right? SDG has a lot of meaning. Officially, Sustainable Development Goal, but in Korea, SDG means K-pop, Why? SDG means a singing and dancing girl group, It's another definition of the SDG, Singing, dancing girl group, But there's also bad guys, Here is a very good. Nobody smoking, right? Who smokes? Nobody smoking, right? So SDG, another meaning in Korea is smoking and drinking guys. So depend on context, So you decide singing, dancing, or smoking, drinking, Okay, so officially Sustainable Development Goal. Okay, so this, remember the other day, who attended the prayer yesterday, last night? We attended the prayer, right, yesterday. And do you remember the Pope's message? we read the Pope's message, his speech during his visit to Nagasaki. He mentioned about SDG. Did you notice? Did you remember? Nobody remember. You're also too holy yesterday. So read once again. Can you show on the screen the text? I think it's read by the Suman or Angie. To go to the PowerPoint and put in the chat box and also agree. Pope, if you see the Pope's message, very much in line with the UN agenda. So his proposal, his speech in the Nagasaki was again the message of this World Day of Peace, redirect military spending to implement SDGs. So there's a close collaboration between the UN and the Pope Francis. And also, as some of you know, the UN Secretary General, what is his name? UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. He was a former Pax Romana leader. He was a president of Pax Romana, IMCS, Portugal, 60s. So he was our Pax Romana product. So you see, in a way, we have the UN Secretary General. Another nickname is a secular Pope, right? Secular Pope, real Pope and secular Pope. A lot of collaboration. If you really study Catholic social teaching and UN agenda, a lot of similarities, mutually influenced positively, So that's why it's important for Catholic group like us. Catholic group means engaging the social issues outside the church. We are the bridge, interpreter, two languages, social. If you say Laudato Si, nobody knows outside, right? Right? So we need to translate Laudato Si, Fratelli Tutti into, secular language, that is SDG or human rights. So that's very important. This is our mission, the interchange, this so church language and then social language and UN language. So now we are 2025, and then there are two important meetings, global UN meetings. One is financing for development, about money, This is number four. That means there were 3 meetings before. And Caritas and the CCC, Budi, can you put CCC website in this Google? The chat box. CCC is Caritas and Franciscan. There is a network of all the donor agencies, donor agencies. They also not only collect money and distribute, but also they engage collectively advocacy, especially financial for development. Financial for development. So many Catholic groups will engage, and also Pope Francis and also the UN, we have a dicastery, right? The Vatican dicastery for promoting integral human rights. They are heavily engaged. So 13th of February in Rome, there will be an international conference organized by Pontifical Academy for Social Science. They are going to discuss tax justice. So Franciscan, Budi, are you going there? Are you invited? And Caritas? There should be one from the Caritas, Of course, it's a global meeting. So many things are happening, UN side and also Vatican side, Rome. But we don't know, That's why we need to know, we need to study, how as an Asia group or global group can participate and contribute, Okay, we'll put all this on agenda. I was very ashamed yesterday, I didn't know about that conference. Did you know about that conference? Pontifical Academy for Social Science. They are going to have an international meeting, the tax justice, which is a part of Pope's message for World Day of Peace, the debt forgiveness and ecological debt. But all these civil society group, they knew. They got invitation, but not Pax Romana. You see, this is reality. There's a gap, disconnect between the Catholic social group and Vatican and the UN. So we need to reduce the gap, bridge the gap. That's how we will collect all the useful information from UN, civil society, the church, and see what we can do effectively as a student, youth group, and farmers and their workers. Okay, so this year two big meetings. One is the finance, the Spain. So that means we need to identify who are our partners in Spain. YCW, YCS, IMCS, Caritas, Franciscan, Montfort, Okay, so this is one agenda. Second one is a social summit, a huge social summit. It's a summit means head of state, either president or prime minister. The Prabo will attend. Prabo, your new president. But I don't know the name of the president in Nepal. Nepal prime minister will attend. Prime minister. Bangladesh, who is your prime minister? Bangladesh?
No.
No?
No, it's just interim government.
Interim government. So Bangladesh going through the political crisis like South Korea, Okay, so it's a Doha, Qatar. But there is no, do you have a member in Doha? YCS? YCW? Caritas? Franciscan? You say you have a Franciscan everywhere. IMSS? No? No, nobody Doha. You are not interested in Middle East? Okay, so this can be a good opportunity. So, and also there are a lot of migrant workers from Nepal, Philippines. Many are working in Doha, Qatar, migrant workers. So maybe this Adrian and William, this group, Work Catholic Migration Group, they might be interested. So these are the two opportunities. Okay, Spain, and then this Doha, So we'll discuss later on in terms of strategies, what we can do together, this one. And already some Caritas heavily involved, especially Caritas is a focal point. And Franciscan, I'm sure, right? You are engaging both. No?
I mean, some Franciscans, yes, but as Franciscan International, no.
Okay. Franciscan International, basically the Geneva and New York, right? We are more engaging the ongoing issue, regular issue agenda, right? But this is ad hoc, Of course, finance and social is a part of regular agenda, but they want to really highlight this year, 2025, But Pope Francis, Vatican, heavily engaged because this year is a jubilee, jubilee. That's very important. Already many the civil society group, they use concept of jubilee to strengthen their campaign, But not so much Catholic group, This is always the paradox, Pope is more popular among non-Catholic outside, Not so much Catholic Church, This is a paradox, That's why our duty and responsibility, Taking advantage of the Pope's message and so on. Okay, so these are process. So our campaign, Pax Jubilee campaign, starting from this year, Jubilee to 2007. But within the church, we have a World Day of, World Youth Day, WYD, No, not YPD, But YPD, very they might link, right? So World Youth Day, every 4 years. Last year was Spain. No, Portugal, Lisbon. And 2007 in South Korea, Seoul, The second time, the Manila, do you remember Manila? Kins, when was the World Youth Day, Manila? 1995, when you're very young, when you're very young. Sorry?
In the Bishop's Conference.
Oh, that time. So you're involved the World Youth Day. Oh, is it? You're the World Youth Day, Okay, so we can learn from you. 1995. It's the second time in Asia. So idea starting from Jubilee and 2000 World Youth Day within the Catholic Church. As you know, this is a Pope's event. Pope attend, no exception. All the Pope attended this one. At the same time, third SDG Summit. So our World Youth Day is probably end of July or August during summer holiday. And in September, we have a third SDG Summit. Third SDG Summit. By that time, Antonio Guterres no more. He's no more UN Secretary General. He's finishing term at the end of 26. So we have a new UN Secretary General, the World Youth Day. Okay. So our target, civil society, UN, third SDG Summit within the church, World Youth Day. Especially it's an Asia event. How can we make use of this World Youth Day Seoul as a something, global, Asia and global, Okay, this is a framework. That's why we need to study all the elements, Our campaign is not only within the Catholic Church, but also, outside, All right. And then last year, It was a summit of the future, summit of the future. So all the future issues UN try to address, So we will discuss this one tomorrow, right? Summit of the future, one by one. So now we are in the period of 2023 and 2027. This is a term for the Bertha and William IMSS term, Okay. These are content. Any question about this context? 3, 4, 5, and the 2026 break, no summit, good, So regular, no big meeting, 2026. But we never know, another meeting comes up, Okay. Okay, so this is the 2003 summit, the SDG. And this is let's go. And as you know, every year there's a UN report, UN produced SDG report, 2024, and Asia Pacific as well, Asia Pacific as well, Pacific as well. So if you want to know how the SDG make a progress, you can go to this website, Okay, I don't know who can do that, who is faster, Bertha, can you do while I'm speaking? If I mention about this report, you just click on, the type, and then put the link, and then put in the chat box. Can you do that? I used to do a lot, right? Just and then put it so that it's good for the reports. Okay. And before that, for setting our agenda, so let's go back, and then there's another slide about the opening. Just a minute. And also, Berta, can you share the PowerPoint of the opening session in the governance forum? There is one, this one. Opening session, I want to show. Yeah, okay, just a minute. Yeah, I found it. Okay, so this is the Can you see the opening? Oh, can you share this one with the participants? Because this is the 2025. Can you go down? Okay, next one. Next slide. This is a year 2025. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Next. Yeah, okay, this one. So this one is another one. It's to put ourselves in the changing context. We have a concept of kairos, right? Kairos, not chronology. Kairos, more quality of time, The many 2025 Jubilee is a kairos, right? 25, a special meaning, Now it's a silver Jubilee, right? Is it 25 silver Jubilee, 50 is a golden Jubilee, 75 diamond, and 100 is a Jubilee, right? Some said it's a diamond or platinum. You have a mileage program, right? Mileage program, a platinum or gold mileage program. Like that. Okay, so they're different ones. Okay, anyway, these are silver Jubilee 25. So, and also there will be a lot of discussion now, the 80th anniversary, 80th anniversary of the UN, UN was founded in 1945, So there have a lot of discussion. And then also end of Pacific War, Pacific War, and World War II in Europe and Pacific War. And then atomic bomb, as we said, 80th anniversary. These are all interrelated. And also independence, South Korea, Indonesia too, right? 45, We are all the end of war, So we are product of end of Pacific War, And 2 years later, the Pakistan and India, one after another. So these are the all 80th anniversary. And 70th anniversary, Bandung, Indonesia, Bandung. too many about Indonesia these days. You know, Bandung, remember Bandung? Bandung was Asia Africa Conference. The Indonesian government organized, always official, Bandung invite, it's the beginning of learn online, This Bandung spirit become even more important because now geopolitical, some say it's a new Cold War or second Cold War, So what is the spirit of Bandung, non-aligned, not joining. So many Southeast Asian countries, you are really finding non-aligned, Singapore, Malaysia. It's very important, We need a buffer zone, We need a Southeast Asia. Country like Taiwan, South Korea, we are too close to the United States, Some kind too close to China, too close to North Korea. We need a non-aligned, Okay, so the Bandung spirit. Some groups are taking initiative, Is there any initiative in the Catholic Church? Sometime in the before, right? Bandung. In the Catholic Church, is there any initiative within the Catholic Church about Bandung? No? The French group in the past, what is that group? Not Sept, there's another French group. Some group, Catholic and social group, they were organizing some, the meeting to revive the spirit of Bandung, Bandung, okay? And then we have a 6th anniversary of Korea, and then 65, this year, 6th anniversary of ASEAN. ASEAN was born 65, right? So please, ASEAN, So this is also another historical fact we can use for our campaign and advocacy. And there's many 30th anniversary, Beijing plus 30. If you engage the women's group, they will this year, the Beijing plus 30, and social summit. So Copenhagen plus 30. There's a huge conference 1905, Copenhagen. And then those who engage the women's and peace security, I'm sure the kings, 1325. 1325 is the number of UN Security Council resolution. According to this one, government supposed to develop national action plan, how women can engage peace building, not only victims of conflict, but proactively role of women in the peace building security. And then 10th anniversary of Addis Ababa, and then SDG also 10th anniversary, because it was adopted 2015. So these are all the important anniversaries you can use for campaign and advocacy. And there's many meetings. So important to understand the historical context. Okay, the one. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Is that all? Okay. Yeah. This one, just for you, I don't want to spend too much time. This is also observance and also international decade. So UN has a day, week, month, year, and decade. So many things. This one is not all of a sudden. Many groups, government, they are trying to put their concern into the agenda of UN in the name of decade and year. So cooperative, if you engage social enterprise, this is a decade, International Year of Cooperative, this year, 2025, And then glaciers preservation, Nepal, it's for Nepal, right? Glaciers preservation, and Switzerland, And then peace and trust, kings for you, You need to find out more detail. What is the trust, peace and trust? And then quantum science, who studies science, quantum science technology, So these are the UN this year especially organized a lot of events around the theme, So idea is we are not working for UN, but we are using the UN agenda to promote our own agenda. And also UN agenda is result of our work, the advocacy or our government. So we have to see online, amplify the UN agenda. The rest are all this decade. So there are 2 decades starting this year for 10 years. The cryptophatic, what is the cryptophatic? I don't understand this word, the first one? Cryptophatic science, I don't know. Okay. And second one is a sand and dust storm. Is it a serious problem, sand and dust? In Mongolia, right? Mongolia. Bangladesh? You are very green. Bangladesh is very green, right? Indonesia? No, but it's not also in Africa. Africa. And it's linked to the corporate certification. So the 2 decades starting from this year, you know, coming 10 years. Okay, next slide. Doris, you can have a look. Okay, so these are some useful information for your campaign. Okay, let's go back to the previous PowerPoint. No. I will use a share. It will allow me to share. Yeah. Okay, now I'll control. Don't worry, it's okay. Oops. Yeah. All right. So this is the one. So we listen to the message of UN Secretary General. He also gave a New Year greetings, New Year message. And also we have a message from this is a message from UN Secretary General, you know. So then may he express his concern, at the same time, his hope and the vision and agenda 2025, you know. But to be frank, not special, business as usual. He stressed this one middle, Pact for the Future. Pact for the Future is the name of document, outcome document of the Summit of the Future 2024, where these are 5 topics. Remember, the five themes. Number 1 is financing for SDG, the link to this conference, and the peace and digital and future generation global governance. So he stressed once again, this is a pact for the future, okay? And then next one is a Pope's message, you know? Okay, Pope, his message. We are going to read this one and discuss tomorrow, group discussion. Since you're not with us tomorrow, the city proposal, he made a very concrete city proposals, requests. Number 1 is a debt cancellation or debt forgiveness. The debt cancellation is secular language, but church we use a forgiveness, you know. As we pray every day, you know, the forgiveness, you know, debt forgiveness. And also here we need to put ecological debt.
Welcome, that's it. Come on.
Okay, you are controlling, right? Can you write the ecological debt concept, which is different from 15 years ago, you know? So, you know, 15 years ago, there's a global campaign, you know, the debt cancellation campaign. That time, we didn't have a concept of ecological debt.
Only few more minutes to expire. Let's
now,
go.
we are equal, you know? From north to south, economy. From south to north, ecological. Like a swapping, you know? So it's not one side, you know, it's a mutual, you know, common, you know. So that's very important. So Pope Francis stressed very much ecological debt, which was a concept developed by the civil society. Still, many governments are resisting, you know.
Press it.
Ecological debt.
Right.
Singapore, highly indebted country, you know. South Korea, highly indebted country because we produce too much pollution, you know. Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, now China. Okay, so these are new concepts. So we need to promote holistic way, you know. That's number 1. Number 2 is a military spending, you know. He said very clearly, you know, the military spending. He said pledge to 2%, I think their GDP. This is a wording from the Pope, you know. Because of war in Ukraine, all the European NATO country, they are increasing their GDP 2%. If you reduce military tension, instead of increasing 2% for something else, right? Climate and poverty, education, and other things, you know. So there's a Pope's appeal. There is a universal appeal, you know. But this is also nothing new. The many peace NGOs, we have been campaigning, you know, but impact is very limited, you know, because only few voices, you know. But now we have Pope and the UN, meaning how to bring all different voices together, you know, have a real impact, you know. So this can be the agenda for especially the UN Conference for Financing for Development, G20 Summit, and Social Summit here and there. So Catholic group, we need to organize ourselves. So with the popes, our boss, number 1, V1, you know. Okay, so, and number 3 is death penalty, death penalty. Philippines already abolished. Singapore is very notorious. China notorious. Bangladesh already. Nepal very civilized. Bangladesh no death penalty, right? You see, Indonesia. What do you mean? You see, how come? Okay, so Singapore is a challenge, right? Death penalty, this one. Okay, so 3. So how we can respond to his call 3, Madanu this year, Jubilee, but also 3-year campaign, this 3. So we'll put these 3 into our Pax Jubilee campaign 3 because we need a time to educate people, Many people, they don't know, Also, they are not convinced. Some people are against, There's many Catholics also for death penalty, for safety reasons, family reasons, So we need to study again death penalty in terms of Catholic social teaching and gospel values and so on. Okay, these are the topics. So the key point is, the global agenda set by UN was very much in line with the church agenda, or church agenda with the UN agenda. You see very clearly, Okay, these 3, Okay.
But this
Just to
church,
introduce this one, not because hope, but content of message is very consonant, this UN and social agenda. Okay, now let's go to the next one. Next slide. I'm controlling, sorry. Okay, now World Summit on Social Development, Qatar. Let's look at. So let's go to the website. The best way is go to the website. Okay. I'm sorry. (2005). Okay, 35. So there is a UN website. You can also click, you can do yourself. Click second world second. Okay, this is the second one. There are a lot of information about this. There's a briefing and then going on, So this also the roadmap starting from 2015 SDG adoption. That's 8 years ago. And then the last 10 years, there was a few events. Our common agenda, SDG Summit 2023, and then last year Summit of the Future, and then now 80th anniversary this year, right? 80th anniversary, and second World Social Summit, and then 2027 here, SDG Summit, and then 2030 is the end of 15-year journey, or campaign, And then already some group, we are discussing post-2030, post-SDG, what will be. So this Summit of the Future, in a way, the meeting to set agenda for post-SDG, while we are implementing. At the same time, we are discussing the post-future, So we are transition period. So in terms of agenda setting, Pope Francis, some agenda Pope is initiating with the support from Catholic group like us or Pontifical Academy, or give support to the existing agenda of UN, also civil society. So very important for us to engage both. So this is our roadmap. And then recent and upcoming intergovernmental meetings. So unfortunately, we do not have really effective focal points within the Catholic groups, but only the CCC, CCC. So let me introduce CCC. It's a French name. What is the full name? Budi? CIDSE, right? CIDSE. The title is a global, Together for Global Justice. The CCC. Franciscan, are you a member of this? Observer. Paxomana? No observer. Only funding agency. That means no money, no panel. Okay. Because Paxomana and many of we receive money from the CCC members. That's why I'm not observer. Franciscan. So remember this one, CCC is a coalition of the donors, coalition of donors. During the Lenten period, they collect throughout the year and then distribute, for different projects. And so you see, there are a lot of action. So CCC is a focal point. There's a newsletter. If you subscribe newsletter, and you will get all the updates, the Catholic group engagement nationally and internationally. Okay, so these are focal points. You see, the CCC at COP29 in Baku. So you are there. Are you part of this delegation, Budi?
We work together, but then
We work together, right? NDC transparency. NDC is a climate, nationally determined contribution. So CCC engaging all kinds of this agenda, climate, social justice, except maybe human rights, right? Human rights too, Human rights, peace, justice, climate, So these are our common platform. So we can be part of this process. Of course, we are not full member, not observers, some of us, but at least as a partner, as a partner. Okay, so we are learning one by, especially I'm doing this one for our interns, because you need to know all this for our campaign, okay? So now this is a roadmap. Once again, social development. So Copenhagen, 1995, 1995. And 5 years later, we have a Millennium Summit and MDG, The Millennium Development Goal was the outcome of Millennium Summit. But in fact, MDG was not exactly 2000. It was 2002, 2 years later. So basic idea was, the Copenhagen, they produced 10 commitments 5 years later, but it was too progressive. Copenhagen outcome was very progressive. Some governments very reluctant to accept. So 5 years later, the Millennium Summit, UN pick up some of the goals which can be acceptable to many governments, and they frame the Millennium Development Goal, 8 goals, and become the main agenda of all the UN development agencies. And then 15 years implementation. After that, they decide to expand this agenda with a new name. So MDG was mainly social development and a little bit of environment, and no economic agenda, no peace or no governance agenda. But 15 years later, they realized in order to have the real effective development, we need a governance, we need a human rights, so they have a 17 goals, from 8 goal MDG to 17 goals, a lot, very huge comprehensive agenda, 15. So now we are in the middle of this SDG, the 15-year journey. So now 2025 is a follow-up to Summit of the Future, because 1 year after. At the same time, preparation for two functions. One is accelerating the implementation of SDG, especially social agenda, plus setting agenda for future, the long term, Okay, so these are the twin purpose. Okay, this is a social summit. Details you can read, this is a background, the context, this explanation by UN. Okay. This one already explained. So these are the 10 Copenhagen commitment, 10 commitments, 30 years ago. Very progressive, very progressive. So for instance, goal 9, this brown color, 9, allocating resources for social development. One of the strategy was reduce military spending. This is a core element of the right to development, How to reduce internationally the military spending, not only one country, right? At the same time, all the countries. For that, we need to create culture of mutual trust, mutual trust. Okay, so these are Copenhagen. So these are from the UN. There are 5 themes. Poverty eradication, employment, social integration of all people in society, and then product employment and social service. Okay, these are the 4 major topics. For instance, monk forefather engaging the human education, right? Education is a part of this participation. So you can translate education in terms of social development. Then you can engage with the social summit. And then there are many organized like UN. So now financing for is a fourth, Sevilla in Spain. So this is a message from UN Secretary General to introduce. So PRECOM means preparatory committee. Usually they have 3 preparatory committee before the summit. Summit means head of state, they come and sign, no negotiation, or the negotiation done. All the negotiation during the PRECOM, So now we are middle of this preparatory committee process, So many issues are up and down, in and out, Okay. This one. So these are a lot of meetings and reports. Obviously, we cannot follow unless you are specialized NGO. We cannot follow, but financing affect all of us, financing, Because financing is a matter of priority. If you government decide give a priority to education, less energy. Energy, less education, or military. That's why the military, every country now increasing military, So this can be the common, and also nuclear weapons and many others. So financing, there are four meetings, previous 3 meetings. 2002. Oops. Anyway, 2002, and Doha 2008, 2015, Addis Ababa, and this year, Spain. Okay, so this is the roadmap. Once again. So these are all the detail, the preparatory process. Now 2004 and 2015. Let's see, we are now first quarter, right? We are first quarter. And the PRECOM, third PRECOM, and fourth PRECOM. There are four preparatory meetings. Will be February, and Development Cooperation Forum, March, and ECOSOC. Already there is some NGO platform. If you are linked to NGO platform, you can get all the updated news, and you can send your ideas. So you don't have to be there physically, if you know whom to contact. So there's the idea. ECOSOC financial for development. Okay, this is a schedule. There are many side events. Okay, this is a group, Civil Society Financing for Development. Let's go to their website. Okay, so this is the group. You remember the slogan is very important. Their perspective is very progressive, advancing systemic change, not single sector, system. We need to change the system. And also Pope Francis stressed many, many times the systemic change, structural change, structural scene, structure of poverty and mention. So I think this is very important. Can you be part of this one, So Catholic group, we need to organize ourselves. I'm sure the CCC is a part of this network, the Civil Society Financing for Development, but we are not CCC, so what can you do? Can you do one, okay, the Kadine, Paxomana, YCS, you can form, group, whatever name, and we can be part of this one. This is okay, this is open platform, but CCC, you need money, We don't have money, so we can be here. CCC as a partner, Okay, so we need to start, each one, we need to study, how you can engage, how you can use of this platform, And YITC, okay, we can use also IYTC, Not only IM says, IYTs can also, in the name of IYTs, we can join, this time. All right, let's go back. Oops. So now, oops, this already done. Okay, so this is the end of my presentation. Okay, so once again, we have a social summit. Let me go around to, we have any idea or plan about how to engage, or let's collect useful information for our own planning. Okay, from Kins, do you have any idea or suggestion about these two, SDG summit and then social summit and the financial for development and other international conference or processes? Here, I didn't put the G20, but these days, very interestingly, when Budi was in Baku, they were negotiating climate conference, but they were not able to make a decision. Why? Because it's so complicated, interconnected. Usually minister, right? Minister level, they were not able to make a decision on behalf of country. So they send a message to the capital, capital, what to do? Do you have to agree or abstain or whatever? And capital said, our president in Rio, our president, all the powerful countries, they are Rio de Janeiro because G20 summit, So finally, decision about climate in Baku was made in Rio, not in Baku, because all the head of state in the G20 summit. So there was some agreement. Once they agree, and then implementation in the Baku, So you understand dynamics, So if you are really concerned about climate, of course, climate conference important, technical, all the substance issues, but real power, real decision outside the COP, that is G20 or G7 or BRICS, That's why many civil society organizations seriously engage in the issues. They go to the summit, That's why we create the Global Summit Watch. Okay, you understand dynamics, But Catholic group, we are not very well organized. CCC, I don't know whether CCC engaging G20, Very technical, But Pope was invited to G20 for the first time in Brazil. The ruler invited the Pope, but for Pope is too far. That's why our Secretary of State, Carolini, he went to G20 summit. And the Italy, G7 summit invited the Pope because of Rome, Rome cross. So we have many channels as a Catholic group. As an NGO, we participate. At the same time, we are part of the Catholic Church, Vatican, right? So we can use a Vatican diplomacy, to influence. So different channels. Okay. So now this forum is to discuss overall strategies, set the agenda and how we can work more effectively, as part of civil society, as a part of church, Catholic Church, especially lay group or social action group. All right. So Kins, now this input. So
I was always in the strategy that we make, we always say follow the money.
Follow
but
the
it
money.
doesn't apply somehow directly here. But we can also look into where the cracks are, like who are, before the document is made, there are technical people. And we can also see who are involved there, and we have friends who are working in that, who are in that position that we can also influence. But that's another part. But we can also look into our own respective countries of who is the person, the technical people preparing for it. Sometimes there are like COP. I was so surprised in the Philippines, for example. Their document is so advanced, and you are really correct, because the governments were not so interested in the climate. They're interested on where they can lend money. So that's another thing. But to me, my own concern is, well, we talk about a lot of big matters in the air. How are we going to popularize it among the people? Because if our own movement, for example, knows the importance of it, maybe there's the meaning and the relationship to that particular question would propel us to do something more. So that's in my mind. The how is still in the air, and I hope I come out of here more grounded and more realistic on finding solutions for them.
Okay, thank you.
Very interesting, a lot of things, but sort of like, yeah, I mean, like, what do you do next, you know? And the fact of the matter is, as we were discussing this in the break, you know, I'm speaking about our movements like the YCS, the YCW, at international level, they're very weak now. Why are they weak? Maybe they're not weak at the grassroots, but they're weak internationally because they don't have any finance. So we have our own problem of financing for our development and the development work that we do. So I think this is a really important issue. Reminds me, actually, everybody here too young, you know, 30 years ago, there used to be a Catholic development financing NGO, which was oriented towards our movement. It was called Asia Partnership for Human Development. It was killed, you know, with no time to discuss that now. But, you know, there's been a change in the church of a lack of support for our movements. And somewhere, if we don't address this, there's no use to talk about, you know, doing things because we haven't got the capacity to do anything. So that's the first point. Second thing is I think very important, these anniversaries. I also like anniversaries. And I think for our movements too, one of the big ones this year is 60th anniversary of Gaudium and Spes, the Vatican II document. Of all the Vatican II documents, that is the one which had the most lay participation because it was about the world, the church in the world. And, you know, people say, oh, they were only lay auditors at Vatican II, they didn't have a vote. It's true, but actually they participated in the drafting. I've seen it myself, I researched it, you know, the lay movements or people from the lay movements, they were drafting the paragraphs and they would get the drafts from the Vatican or from the Vatican people and they would critique it and redraft it. Huge participation of the lay movements. So I think it's a really important anniversary for us. Also, Laudato Si's 10th anniversary to this year. That's the second point I wanted to make. And the third point is I already kind of said it, you know, it's been, and Samo said it too, our movements have been marginalized, you know, it's the professionalization of the church. Everybody is, all these lay people working in church structures, but they forgot about our movements. Our movements are the democratic organizations in the church. I've seen this in Australia. I've seen this in many countries. And I'll say it again this year in the Synod. I'll speak about that in 2 years' time. At Vatican II, most of the lay auditors, they came from the lay movements. At the Synod on synodality, there were only 3 international movements invited, and they all come from Italy. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. There was only 3 international movements invited to participate in the Synod on synodality.
Which are 3?
I have to remember. One of them was Focolare. Good movement. I don't criticize the movements, but it's the narrowness of the vision. You know, Focolare have no problems. Not a critique of Focolare. But the second one was an Italian NGO rescuing migrants in the sea, which is good. Also, everybody, we all agree. You know, but it's like the Vatican.
What's the name? Second one.
I forgot. It's on the Vatican website for the Synod. You can find it. But I mean, I'm not criticizing those organizations. You know, they're good organizations. The critique is, why can the Vatican only see 3 Italian organizations and they cannot see the international organizations which have strong grassroots in Africa, have strong grassroots in Asia, strong grassroots in Latin America, and the Vatican still is actually, the truth is, it's going backwards. This is the truth in Vatican II. If we analyze it from the point of view of lay movements, it's 60 years of going back. Anyway, whatever, sorry. That's my contribution to this discussion. But, you know, I agree. When I worked for IYCW, I went to the PrepCom for the Earth Summit, you know, and there's a lot to be done, but we need to have the means to do it. And we've got to find a way to give ourselves the means, because if we have no means, then we can't do anything. Yeah. Sorry, my little speech. 60 years, 40 years of frustration.
Okay, before we move on, I think the Keynes made a very important remark. Instead, we follow money. That's the reality. No? Without money, we cannot run. Even this one, without money, we cannot run. Inflation, iron sale, who pay? At the end of the day, you know, without money, we cannot. But we need to have also another approach about money. I mean, this is my personal experience. When you work with the donors, maybe Buddhi understand, you know, what I'm saying. You know? So we help donors to set agenda according to our strategy.
Okay, the other way around. We don't follow money. Of course, we have to follow money, but we set agenda for donors. So donors put money according to our agenda.
Can I add one point?
Please.
What I'm saying is, I think we need to strengthen the way we communicate to the donors. It's not a marketing strategy. How do we tell our donors? And I think we missed it already. We won't say we've done 1,000 trainings. What is the message that we really want to put across? When I was in the Asian team, I think learning for you guys, we sit down and say, okay, Cardinal so-and-so is coming. And we say, what is the message that we will convey to this person? We lost this, I love this strategy making, but it's not about, we are so poor, give us money. It's about, hey, good that you are here. We are good at this, and we have this group, and they are doing this. This is what is missing. Thank you.
The donors are institutional, right? They collect money from people. How we influence people, how people know about
this. Yes.
So donor, people who give money, right?
Yeah.
So instead of asking for money, we have to prove, there's an impact.
Yes.
Value for money.
Yeah.
When donor investors, there's a value. That means we need to show you, not only list of participants.
Yes, yes.
We have to back society and the economy. That's very important.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what we need to learn. All these ideas we have now, we need to put into action, right? Project, but how we can raise money. So I think that's very important. But this meeting, Civic Forum, is a set agenda in advance. Collecting all the information and then set the agenda. And then, as I said, we can sell this agenda, not our objective. We sell this agenda and analysis and give it to donors. So it becomes the donors. The action plan is online. Naturally, we are partners. We are helping donors to spend money properly, almost strategically. Now, we are not begging money. We are not begging money. We are helping donors to the job of business. That's the point. For that, we need to have a really sharp, good long-term perspective and analysis and action plan. Okay, so that's what we are being connected now. Only Madam together. So YCW, YZ, Francisca, Caritas all together. Okay, so this is the purpose of this session. Let's continue. How's the Montfort?
In our schools, we have what we call the Montfort Education Charter. So this charter came about many years ago. I think it started even in the 90s, when the brothers came together for a meeting in India. And the main concern was what makes our schools Montfortian. And when a student comes to the school, how can we know that he or she is experiencing a Montfortian education? And so they came up with a charter. It was also inspired by the SDGs. And we have 8 dimensions in that charter. That was done sometime in the 90s. And then launched in 2000s, and we did kind of like an adapted version, at least for Asia and Southeast Asia. We launched again 2014, but since then there hasn't been an update. It's already been almost 10 years, and I think it is time we have talked about updating this charter, and also coming up with a students' charter, to also help, further this effort. Yeah. So, and I was very inspired, actually very troubled when you mentioned about the, ecological debt, especially from Singapore, which I totally agree. And that's why it's so important to have this, charter being updated. Our educators actually go through it in an induction. They make sure that this is also being carried out in the schools. I think more so in Southeast Asia, we're trying to make it happen a bit more in Asia, in India, and so on. Yeah, where unfortunately not all schools are very Montfortian in terms of reaching out to the last, the lost, and the least, the marginalized. Yeah, so I think as Montfort Center, a spirituality center, we have a duty to renew that spirit, I think, in our institutions.
and to kind of ensure that, the legacy and the charism of Montfort still continues. Yeah.
So this American Pro is not only the lay organization, it's a multi-stakeholder, right? So between this is the IYTC there is a cooperation with the monk firm through the Laudato and IMCs. But it can be common for all others. I think they're very important. How can we work like a Franciscan and the religious congregation and missionary groups? What to say? Yeah.
Many things to say, but how to paraphrase on my many ideas. For us as Franciscan, why Franciscan International has no real problem in terms of getting money. We don't have any problem so far because we have two approaches. First, we try to, when 50% of the work that we do are supported by the Franciscan itself, because the Franciscans, they know that we bring their concerns to the international level. And because of that, they know that in order to do the work well, they have to contribute. And that's why we get the money coming from the different we call it Franciscan provinces. So the provinces that have the money, they will provide us with money. But apart from that, we don't have that much problem in terms of working, doing our advocacy work, because as you guys said, we set the agenda and the funding agencies will come to us. And for them, as also you mentioned, Anselmo, what we do, in fact, is what they do. Because the thing is that they can't do certain things. So that's why they provided us money so that we can do their work at the international level. No? And since they are accountable to their constituencies, like, let's say, Miserior. I mean, many of you know Miserior, no? And you get money from Miserior. Miserior got the money from the Chilean government. And the Miserior will give money to organizations that bring results, either for us as the international diplomacy, or sometimes also at the grassroots level. No? As long as we can do that, they will come to us, or they will not mind in providing us with money. In one or two cases, even we said, like, don't give us too much money because we need to spend it responsibly. So we would like to have only this amount of money, because otherwise, if we get too much money, that's not good either. No? So we have to be balanced. And another issue that we think is very important is not to work in silos. So this is very, very important for us. As a Catholic organizations, we don't want to be seen only as working among the Catholics. No. So that's why Franciscan International is not, internationally, we have sort of credibility, that we can sit down together with Human Rights Watch, we can sit down together with Amnesty International, with Forum Asia, with other organizations, because we have the credibility on that. Not that we are the organization that will pass the message of the Pope. Not that we are against the message of the Pope, Laudato Si, etc., etc. We incorporate those teachings to our work, but we are not seen as only serving so-called, the purpose of the church in a narrow manner. We don't do that, So that's why we are very critical. Even and as I discussed also with Stephen, we will discuss it also tomorrow maybe. We need also to keep a distance from the Vatican when the Vatican is a state. Vatican is a state, and for the international diplomacy, Vatican has a seat as the Holy See. They call it as Holy See, a state. We have to be always critical to states, because we are the voice of the people, so that we can be also we can also have a disagreement with the Holy See. Not always, but be critical. So we don't, as international organizations, we do not want to be co-opted by the Holy See as a state. So we have to differentiate between Vatican as a church, we have Catholic social teachings, etc., and Vatican as a state. So we have to be very, very careful on that. And so far, we succeed on trying to separate those things. And we don't want to collaborate. I mean, we do not want to be co-opted by any state, because we represent the people. So it's very, very clear for us. And for us, when we work, although we don't have the specializations on many issues, but we need to be aware of those different processes. So it's very important. We are human rights organizations. And even when we work on the issue of climate change, our point of view is human right. So when we have the specializations, often we can do better so that we are not too generalized. But once again, we should not be confined only through one approach. For example, on the issue of human rights, one of the strengths that we have as Franciscan International is looking at the human rights issues not only from the international human rights regime, human rights norms. It is very important. We need to influence that, but we should not see it only from that perspective. I'll give you an example. Now we are involved in one of the international process called legally binding treaty on business. Legally binding instrument on the responsibility of business on human rights. So we've been part of that. It's very important that when we discuss that issues, that business has the responsibility in terms of human rights, we have to look at it from the perspective of the victims, not only from the perspective of the international law, because it's very complicated. But we have to have the perspective of victims. And for us, Franciscan Internationals, with many other organizations as well, often when we are part of that negotiations, we bring the victims so that it has to be grounded. And that Anselmo was teaching me about when we talk about human rights, think about the victims. So it has to have a face. So it's very, very important for us. So that's why when we do different negotiations at the international level, we need to have, at least in our mind, we have to have the face of the victims. And it helps a lot to put perspective. No? Because otherwise, when we are at the international discussions, either in Baku, either in Rio, or whatever, when we don't have the image of the victims in our mind, then we can be, very much blinded by the enjoyment of talking about the international law, because it's a subject that is very interesting. But when we have that victims, then it will change the game for us. And it has been done throughout for us, and knowing that the Franciscans are working with different communities, etc., that it's not that difficult for us to bring the victims coming from different parts of the world. But it's very important. For me, the most important keyword is not to work in silos. So we have to work with others. So that's very, very important. And we have to be accountable to our constituency. Because what we are doing, it has to be accountable to our constituencies. For us, Franciscan International, the constituencies are the communities served by the Franciscans network. So when, like, there was one example, that is very, very important for at least for me personally. When I went to Solomon Island, not many of you know Solomon Islands. It's the middle of the Pacific, but there are also a theater of, let's say, geopolitical issues, like, because they have China, they have Australia, they have Japan, they have America. But when we come to that country, they told, we were visited by so many organizations. But what does it mean for us in the day-to-day life? No? What is your accountability? What is the result of your visit to us in terms of our daily life? So it's very important that we have to be accountable, so that we have to report back to them. Because otherwise, it's nice to talk about the international process, but we have to think about the victims, those who are affected. How can we be accountable to them?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Anselmo, for your sharing during last this forum, global forum. Yeah, I think we grateful that all of us are calling about this issue, but I think the most important is how to strengthen our movement, because we come from a different movement and we have a network in the worldwide. So I think how to strengthen our movement and how to strengthen this campaign to always promote, and Anselmo always share also the possibility to promote this campaign itself. Regarding about the money that how do I not give us money? I think in this forum, for myself, would like to learn from all of you how to get the donor, how to start the strategy to
Friends, this is what do you call
that it will be interesting from donor. And I will this 3 days we also can arrange this program as well. That's all. Thank you.
Is it possible for me to ask a question on this? Okay. So, well, anyway, thank you for the sharing. A couple of points for me is what are the learnings or experiences of this group in the past, like summits or meetings or platforms or engagement in these different meetings? What was the most like the key takeaways or the key learnings that we would like to improve from the previous meetings, and what are the key message or joint messages that this group is asking to these different platforms, and how did you generate this message?
Thank you very much. Maybe you can discuss this one the later on. So let me invite IMSS, one of them, this one, this person. The better. Any comment on what we are discussing now?
About the especially for the summit of some of the summit, we are going also to discuss how our participation highlights to IMCS Asia Pacific. We also facing challenges in bringing the movement name, and then ask, because by IMCS Catholic, it's somehow they feel this is the Catholic religious movement, but then to show that we are not only working not only for the Catholic students. So some of our program, we try to work together with YCS, for example, though it's currently, I can say, quite passive for the Asia, but then how we also work together with the regional youth. For example, from Asia, we focus not only on Laudato Si or environment, but indigenous people's youth, because all of our members are indigenous, on also on ecumenism and interfaith dialogue, on women empowerment and gender equity. So we try to work together with the other regional or global movement, NGOs, youth group, and show that we are not only focusing on Catholic. I mean, talking when they heard about that, for example, some of our students in Nepal, they face that when they know IMCS Nepal, they will say, "Oh, you are celebrating Christmas," and so this is we start to make it at the regional and at the national level. Also, we try to encourage them to start work together with the other youth group that focus on this issue, that global issue, not only focusing on Catholic Church. So that's about the how we for the financing, and we hope that through this as well we can connect somehow, and together with IYTC, we have IYTC where we can have it as the platform and hub for us. And then the second one about I think about the participation. So from Asia Pacific, we started to have several contribution by having a session, though we are not in person attending COP, for example, but we organized together with other partners, the youth group at the Asia Pacific level, to reflect, having a session and reflect how youth can participate. So we initiate the initiate the platform for us to connect and share and hear from them, those who are going there. So that's how we are trying to open up, and we are trying to show that we are not only, again, focusing on Catholic students. Yeah, I think that's from Asia Pacific, the one that I want to share. Yeah.
I think you are already time for lunch, and since it is about the Asia, I think there should be enough. So we're going to count this concern with the group. So thank you for your contributions. I think the kind of warming up and understanding. Let's go in detail after lunch. Okay.
Our change. I see hope in activists, young and old, raising their voices for progress. I see hope in the humanitarian heroes overcoming enormous obstacles to support the most vulnerable people. I see hope in developing countries fighting for financial and climate justice. I see hope in the scientists and innovators breaking new ground for humanity. And I saw hope in September when world leaders came together to adopt the Pact for the Future. The Pact is a new push to build peace through disarmament and prevention, to reform the global financial system so it supports and represents all countries, to push for more opportunities for women and young people, to build guardrails so technologies put people over profits and rights over runaway algorithms, and always to stick to the values and principles enshrined by human rights, international law, and United Nations Charter. There are no guarantees for what's ahead in 2025, but I pledge to stand with all those who are working to forge a more peaceful, equal, stable, and healthy future for all people. Together we can make 2025 a new beginning, not as a world divided, but as nations united.
Slowly and just fast. Okay.
Can the speaker speak up?
B.O.B.
Very creative. No wonder you are complimentary. Okay. Welcome back. Very challenging time. The first session after a nice full lunch. So let's start session 2-1-3 of day 1. Topic is climate. So we have only one expert. Three people So you can ask any question. You can ask any question about climate. That does not mean he can answer all the questions. And then we have a ChatGPT. If he doesn't answer, I will ask a ChatGPT. Feel free to ask any question, difficult question, or sensitive question, any question about climate. So feel free to. How long do you need? 1 hour, 2 hours?
Oh, an hour, an hour.
1 hour, including Q&A or only your presentation?
Oh, including Q&A.
Including Q&A. Okay, so let's give a brief. Please.
So, first of all, how many of you have heard about the COP climate change?
Heard of.
Yeah, heard of. How many of you have attended COP climate change?
No. Online.
Virtual.
When?
But virtual, they attended virtual one. So, and how many of you have heard about triple planetary crisis?
Triple
planetary crisis. Have you heard about triple planetary crisis? Okay. So we have to ask Antonio, because Antonio was the one who spoke about that during one of the summit. So let's go back again. So the issue of climate change is the issue of everyone, as you know very well. And that issue becomes more and more prominent when we started to discuss about what we call as, what is it? UNFCCC. So let's start again. What is UNFCCC? So as you know, at the UN, we have so many applications, so many terms that are used: SDG, UNFCCC, and so on and so forth. So the UNFCCC is the United Nations Framework Conference on Climate Change. So for those who work on the issue of environment or those on the issue of climate change, you need to get used to that terminology, UNFCCC. UNFCCC is a framework of conventions. So means not only one convention but several conventions that deals with the issue of climate change. The UNFCCC historically was established when there was a discussion with regard to the issue of world climate. In the beginning, that discussion took place in 1979. So the issue of climate change, in fact, is not only the issue of today, but the issue that has been discussed long time before, since 1979 at that time. You know? And then some of you might remember regarding the Earth Summit. I don't know, there are some of you were there in the Earth Summit, Rio Earth Summit or not? Yeah. So Earth Summit is also a very important moment. But before the Earth Summit in 1990, so 1910, the UN, knowing that the issue of climate becomes more and more prominent, the UN established this UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change. And as many of the UN conventions, one established conventions, you need ratifications. And the ratifications was done in first, the UNFCCC was then signed first by several countries in 1992 as normally we refer it as a Rio Summit on Earth. So it was one of the key summit that was held in which we discussed the issues that are relevant to the Earth, to our planet. And then the ratification was done, and the UNFCCC came into force. So it means UNFCCC then should be implemented from 1994. So and after that, how many of you have heard about Kyoto Protocols? Yeah, Kyoto Protocols, you understand, no? So the Kyoto Protocol was very important. It was in 1997 because to do the Kyoto Protocols, it was agreed that we, humanity, we, the states, we, everyone, has to cut the CO2 emissions because otherwise the world goes to the wrong directions. No? So that was very important, Kyoto Protocols. And the Kyoto Protocols was adopted as a legally binding agreement. What does it mean? Legally binding means that those who ratified, they have the obligations to implement it. And what was important in the Kyoto Protocol, the states were divided into two. There is a state that is considered as more responsible because historically they were the one who emitted much more CO2. Therefore, they have more obligations than other states. So we call it, if I'm not mistaken, Annex 1 and Annex 2. Annex 1 is the states that contributed more, thus they have the obligations to reduce the CO2 emissions more than the Annex 2 states. However, the reality when the Kyoto Protocol was implemented, we didn't go to the correct directions. So unfortunately, it was not really well implemented. Therefore, there was another meeting that was held in Copenhagen in 1994. In which, before Paris, because Copenhagen 2009, they wanted to have another legally binding agreement to address the weaknesses or the failure of Kyoto Protocol. Unfortunately, in Copenhagen, they could not agree. So the whole negotiation was not sealed as agreement. So that's why it was called as climate accord. So it's agreement but non-binding. Then, because of that failure, again, during COP Conference of Party of the states that ratified the UNFCCC met again in Paris. That time, then we had what we call as Paris Agreement. And Paris Agreement was very important because Paris Agreement is supposed to replace Kyoto Protocols so that there will be more concrete agreements on how to ensure that the CO2 emissions and other emissions should be made in a certain way so that the temperature is not going to increase more than 1.5 degrees from the pre-industrial time. Maybe you have heard that in fact the frame of 1.5 degree has been passed in 2024. So according it's not yet how to say scientifically proven, but according to the expert that still need to be taken, in fact the target 1.5 is over. So it means indeed we are going to the wrong direction. So that's more or less confirmed, but it's not yet scientifically confirmed. So in 2015, it was very historical for different reasons. One of the reasons is that there is also an agreement on how much money should be put so that it's not there, this presentation. I'll add the presentations later. But it was agreed that states have to put financial commitments so that states, all the states can address the climate change together. And the agreement was to have annually 100 billion that should be used for adaptation and mitigation. But again, unfortunately, in the story, those things are not yet fulfilled. So when we came to Baku last year, in Baku, one of the key issues in the discussion was the fact that the 100 billion that was promised in Paris was not fulfilled. It was only fulfilled, I think, in 2023. While the need has increased significantly. Now, according to different calculations, the need is no longer 100 billion per year, but the need is 1.3 trillion per year. But it's not, that's the target, but that issue that was addressed in Baku, unfortunately, cannot come to the target. So then I will discuss a little bit on what key issues that were discussed in Baku and why that Baku meeting, as Anselmo said, in fact, Baku was one of the worst COP in history. So we have to say that, no? And it was, and as he also mentioned, that the discussion was much more in Rio, and in Brazil rather than in Baku. So let's try to see what are the key issues that were discussed in Baku and why it was considered as one of the worst COP. But let me be selfish a little bit, because I would like also to explain on, when I was in Baku as Franciscan International. And then it's very difficult to really follow all the discussions of COP, of Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC, because there are so, it's not like the UN Human Rights Council, it's not like the UN General Assembly, it has different modality, and practically no NGOs that can follow all the negotiations. No, zero NGO that can follow all the negotiations. So we need to specialize ourselves to follow one or two or three issues, because yeah, it's just difficult. So for us as Franciscan International, because once again we are human rights organizations, so we are trying to keep an eye on three key issues. The first issue for us is the non-economic loss and damage. So the key issues within Paris Agreement, if I can reduce it into three issues, is the issue of adaptation, mitigations, and loss and damage. What does it mean, loss and damage? Loss and damage mean losses and damages caused by climate change. Whether we like it or not, unfortunately, those who suffer from the losses and damages are those who contribute less to the CO2 emission. I was talking about Solomon Islands earlier, you know. The contribution of Solomon Island to the CO2 emissions is 0.0000000%. But unfortunately, in Solomon Island, within the last 20 years, they lost 5 islands because of the sea level rise, but also because of the other issues. They lost 5 islands, and it was very interesting as well when I was there. We could really see that the coastal area, they are encroached by the water. No? It's getting less and less. So, for example, on the case of Solomon Island, they contributed less, but they are suffering. One of the country that suffered the most. The same with Philippines, for example. Philippines is also one of the most vulnerable in terms of losses and damages. It's not only because of the rise of the sea level, but it's also the increase of weather conditions. So extreme weather events. No? 30 years ago, the number of typhoon in the Philippines maybe was 1/3 than now, but it is much more now. And if we talk about loss and damage, we don't talk only about the so-called developing countries. But if we talk about Switzerland, for example, how many, because of the increase of the temperature, now we have the landslide, the mountain slide, in fact. Because the thing is that in the mountains, in the high mountains, the rocks, they are attached to each other because it's cold. So the rock, they stay with each other because they're cold, minus something, etc., throughout the year. But now because of the climate change, the ice are melting, so the rocks are going down. And I think 1 or 2 years ago, there were 6 people who were killed, villages were displaced. The parents of my colleague, they were walking at the mountains in the summertime, and they were killed because of the rocks. Because in the past, it didn't happen because of the temperature was rather stable, but now it's becoming more and more. So losses and damages are caused by climate change, and they are not only in the so-called developing countries, but in the developed countries as well, it's happening. So that's why it's very easy, it's very important for us to talk about, not to talk, but to address the issue of loss and damage. And for us, we talk about the non-economic loss and damages because it's not only the losses and damages of the infrastructure, of the roads, of the houses, but also of culture. We did research a little bit. One of the example is that those people who used to live in the mountains, but because now the mountains are, because of different, and we had cases in Nepal, in some other places, because of the change of the weather, they have to go down. But when they go down, they have to leave their sacred places, their religious practices. And when they leave those places, it means that culturally they have to adapt. And those who used to work in the mountains, now they have to stay in the coastal area. They don't know how to do things. Similarly, for example, in some places, including Solomon Island that I know, because of the problem with the corals, there's no more fish. So they don't have livelihood anymore. So they have to go to the city and change their livelihood to something else. And the women in Solomon Island in the Pacific, normally, while they're weaving the mattress or whatever, they're telling stories about their culture. They transfer their culture to the next generations. They can't do that anymore now. So that's why for us, we also work on the issue of non-economic loss and damages. What does it mean to address the issue of non-economic loss and damages? And we also talk about the just transition. Just transitions, it's a long discussion. The word just transition came the first time from ILO, International Labour Organizations. But now just transition has been used a lot in the climate negotiations. And the just transition and climate negotiation, to some extent, is extended from just transitions for the workers into just transitions of the green energy. But we have to be very careful again, the green energy. I mean, if now we talk about having electric car, we have solar panel, we have the clean energy. What does it mean? It means that we need more minerals. And where are these minerals from? Most of the minerals are coming from the indigenous people's territory. So we have also studied in Brazil that this so-called green energy is the agenda of the developed countries so that you will have less pollutions in the developed countries. And they're taking the minerals coming from the indigenous communities. But the indigenous communities do not enjoy this green energy. They didn't have any problem with green energy before because they don't have cars, they don't have these things. But now what happened is that they are sacrificed. So their territories are taken, destroyed, so that they can get the lithium, the rare earth, etc. So the the just transition that has been promoted by the international community is questioned by the indigenous people. Whose just transition? Is that the false solution? Because that's the solution for you, the people in the modern world. Tesla. Who will enjoy Tesla? It's green, but Tesla is not enjoyed by the indigenous people. So that's why we also question that. Is just transition a false solution, in fact? So it's very important for us also to, when we talk about the international agenda, double check again with the communities, because the communities often are sacrificed because of the international agenda. And then we were also involved in the issue of new collective quantified goals. Once again, the UN is an expert in using terminology. I mean, if you talk to indigenous people about the NCQG, what do they know? They don't know anything, no? But basically, the NCQG, that was the key word in Baku everyone was talking about, NQCG all the time. Practically, what they are trying to do is that they want to have new goals in terms of climate finance, new goals so that there will be enough money so that the money can address the climate crisis. Then, what are the key highlights? I just tried to put the key highlights of Baku. Baku was really awkward COP for us because Azerbaijan is oil producer, And in the last 3 COP, we had COP in the countries that produce oils, fossil fuels. And in the last two COPs, COP Dubai and COP Baku, the president of COP means the host will preside, no? And someone is appointed to lead the negotiations. And this president of COP, either the one in Dubai or the one in Baku, they were the CEO of oil company. Just on the face, no? It's completely on the face. Like, okay, so what, no? We appoint the oil company CEO as a president. So what? No? So that was also the reality. So that finally, since the beginning, since Dubai to Baku, we feel a bit awkward because we are talking about climate change, we are talking about the impact of the use of fossil fuels to climate change, etc. But the negotiation is led by someone who caused the problem or part of the key actors that caused the problem. And how can we go to that reality, no? Another awkward issue is that in the last few COPs, the number of oil lobby has been increasing a lot. So the oil lobby, whether we like it or not, many of them are part of the state delegations. So they are part of the government delegations in the negotiations. And these people are expert. No? So some of the civil society, we were very hesitant to participate. No? Are we going to participate in COP or not? Why to participate? Why not to participate? Some NGOs decided not to participate, but for us, it is important at least to be there, to witness. No? We do not try to pretend that we will change the result there, but at least we will witness and we will have the experience, because the experience is more than 18 hours, so that's why we can remember it. So although it was understood that the target should be 1.3 trillion per year, but the final decision is 300 billion per year. So it's really much less than what we expected. So that's also one of the big failure. Then the second failure is regarding the issue of loss and damages. Can you imagine that the loss and damages caused by climate change? So the states, they agreed only to put money, and the amount of the money put to address the losses and damages is only 730 million. It's maybe less than the budget of Bangkok municipality to address the climate change in the whole world. And it was very, I mean, some anecdote, no? some joke. So this commitment was given in Dubai, the last COP, COP28. So we agreed, some states, they put this number. I put 20 million, I put 15 million. So the whole was calculated to have 730 million. And then in COP29, there was a big press conference. Everyone was waiting regarding loss and damage. We thought that it would be an additional commitment coming from Azerbaijan, no? Because as the host country, they are very rich, etc., to put more money for loss and damage. But the press conference took place only 5 minutes, NGO cannot come. But in fact, what they said is that with that commitment, 730 million, finally we have the money of 30 million. And it was not from Azerbaijan. So I thought 730 million was already given. No, it was not given. So the one that was given in Baku was 30 million. 30 million to address loss and damage. What can you do with that? So that's also a reality check, no? So for us, it was a joke, you know, but we have to deal with that, no? So we have to deal with that. So the issue of loss and damage, fund to address loss and damage is still ongoing discussions. But Baku was a big disappointment. So a huge disappointment. And then the issue of carbon market. I don't know how many of you know the carbon market. So this is Article 6 of the climate change of Paris Agreement. Carbon market is like, it's a market, you know, it's a market. In a very simple way, like, look, let's try to deal. You, Solomon Island, your contribution is very small, no, to the CO2 emissions. I will give you money, but you don't cut your forest, so you don't develop, no, in that sense. And for that, me as Norway, I give the money, I can continue with my emission, so that you don't increase your emissions. So your emissions quota, I'll buy it, but I give you money. So this is carbon market. So in the Paris Agreement, Article number 6, Article 6, we call it, is article regarding carbon market. So there is a rule now. Just imagine that Paris Agreement was adopted in 2015. The rules of carbon market was only adopted last year. So it took years. And the NGOs feel betrayed because the rules was adopted, I think it's the second or third day. So there was no transparency in terms of how the rules were discussed. The NGOs were not involved, or the civil society were not involved in the rules. And I'm not an expert on this, but there's a huge, huge disappointment because this is finally, it's not about how to reduce the CO2, but how to calculate. It's statistics. So they are very clever in calculating the statistic here and there. So it's mathematics. And for us, that's not the real thing. The real thing is that it has to be measurable. So the new rules has been adopted. Then we need to implement it. But this carbon market rule, so far, we consider it's not going to really significantly reduce the CO2 emissions. So it's also a big disappointment for us. And then global stock take. That's also very interesting. Manselmo mentioned about the NDCs, nationally determined contributions. So what does it mean? So it means every country will make a pledge. So the first pledge was given in 2015. In order the global temperature will not increase more than 1.5 degrees, I promise to do this. So there are a list of promises. These promises are called NDCs, nationally determined contributions. And it is valid for 5 years. So the first NDCs, when the first NDCs in 2015 were published, when we calculate statistically, the increase would be between 3.9 to 4 degrees. So the target is 1.5. But the NDCs, if they are calculated, in the best scenario, the increase would be 3.9 to 4.5 degrees. So like, what the hell is going on? No, we have this. And then it was revised again. So the second NDCs was issued in 2020, in which they also, issued the commitments. And then at that time it was calculated, okay, and this is theoretically, it's not the real thing, but it's the mathematics. So if the NDCs are implemented, the target will be 3.5 to 4 degrees, so it's like slightly less. And then last year, finally, there's the whole calculations with the global stock take to see where are we now in terms of climate commitments. But unfortunately, again, in the global stock take that were discussed, the real solutions were not proposed. So one of the highlight that was coming from Dubai, COP28, was we call it to phase out from the fossil fuels. But finally, the word phase out did not come in COP28. The one that came up was transition away. So it's very clever, no? Phase out means that we are committed to abandon fossil fuels. But the states, they do not agree that, especially the oil producer states, like Saudi Arabia is very, very, very active on that. But not only Saudi Arabia, some other states, they also do not want to have that. And then the terminology is then transition away. But even COP28 in Dubai, there were some commitments on how to transition away from fossil fuel. In Baku, those commitments are thrown away. So in the global stocktake, we could really calculate, but we could see that there is no real commitment from states to phase out from fossil fuels. And this year, normally it's going to be the third NDCs, the third nationally determined contributions. So the states are expected to publish their commitments either at the end of January or between February and March. And then we will see again. And I will be very much interested to see, because according to the predictions, now the allowance of 1.5 is over. What does it mean for us? No? What does it mean for the increase of the temperature in general? Because the allowance is over. Is there any possibility for us to increase the ambitions? Let's see. We don't know. And then regarding the just transition, this is what I mentioned, because the just transition now is the key word that has been used a lot. Just transition here, just transition there. But just transitions, we have to look at it very, very carefully, because this terminology is the terminology that is used so that we can sustain our consumption. We need to sustain the comfortability of our life, but not really addressing the real problem, because one of the real problem is regarding how we our way of life. If you remember about Laudato Si, change of lifestyle. No? Change of lifestyle is the key issues, because the way we consume is not sustainable. But now the new discourse is through just transition, so that we can go through a transitions into more green energy. But the fact is, for us, we have to question, it might be a false solution. It might not be the right answers, because it might be just transition for other people, but not for those who contribute less. It's always the indigenous people or the local communities that are suffering a lot from this, let's say, policy that are never discussed with them. So there are some other key issues in which I was not following very closely. The issue of adaptations, mitigation work program, gender action plan, and how women, because women are affected differently from men. Highly different. So that's why there is also specific discussions on gender action plan. And agriculture and food security, for example, and also long-term global review. So those are other key issues that I can mention, but I do not follow it very closely. And then some of the, I take three key failures. As I said, first is about the climate finance. It's completely flop. It's completely flop. No? So, and when they talk about 300 billion annually, this is the promises. No? Remember that the promise they made in Kyoto in 1997 was fulfilled only in the last 2-3 years. So it means that states are very reluctant in providing money. And then the second flop is regarding the fossil fuels. The transition, not the transition, phase out the phase out from fossil fuels. So it's practically, they say that, well, some states they say that we can only develop our country using the oil money. If we don't use the oil money, we cannot develop. But sometimes for us, in civil society, that's your responsibility on how to deal with that. But for sure, the fossil fuel has contributed a lot in terms of the CO2 emission. And then the carbon market. Carbon market is, for me personally, is only mathematical computations, which in the real life, we are not very sure if it's really, contributing. And once again, when I was at the university, one of the issues that I studied was regarding RED+. RED+ was based on Kyoto protocols, in which basically is one of the mechanisms used to address the carbon market. And I did study a little bit in Indonesia, but also in Bolivia. One of the issue in Indonesia that was very, very interesting that I still use it as an example is that the forest should be kept in a certain way so that we will not cut it. And then other country can buy the carbon, can pay Indonesia not to cut their trees so that that country, which was Norway, can continue to emit the CO2 because it is compensated by the fact that Indonesia will not cut the forest. There are several issues, at least according to my study. The first issue is that when the forest cannot be cut, means that the indigenous people can be punished if they cut the forest based on their necessity. The indigenous people can be criminalized if they hunt in that forest because it has to be kept intact. So that's the problem. The second problem is that the Indonesian government asked, what is the definition of forest? There is another terminology, and the Indonesian government tried to include palm oil plantations within the definitions of forest because they talk about the density of the trees, the height, etc. It was rejected, but the Indonesian government obviously tried to put palm oil plantation as part of the conservation, because they tried to do certain things. So the carbon market for me, it is a mechanism that is there, but we have to be very, very critical because by the end of the day, we are not very sure if this carbon market can really address the CO2 emissions, can really contribute in reducing the increase of the temperature. And now we are embarking to, before that, in the last 3 COP Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, COP Dubai, and COP Baku, we also had problems regarding the participation of civil society. Because normally when we have COP, civil society can organize events within the COP compound as well as outside COP compound. And in our traditions, we always have what we call as climate march, protest, demonstrations, etc., etc. In Sharm el-Sheikh, it was forbidden. In Dubai, it was forbidden. In Baku, it was forbidden. Another issue, in Sharm el-Sheikh, it's in a resort area. A resort, for goodness sake, it's far from other civilizations. We didn't go there. We didn't go to Dubai. We didn't go to Sharm el-Sheikh, but we understand that one room to stay one night can cost you $400. Remember, no? Who can afford that? What about the indigenous people? Who can afford that? No? It was the same with Dubai. And it was more or less the same in Baku. Another anecdote, in Baku, for example, Baku COP was in November. I made the booking in January, in the hotel, because it's cheaper. The whole booking was cancelled. We could not book any room in Baku through booking.com or Agoda, whatever. No, it was centralized for whatever reasons. It was expensive, and many people couldn't afford that. And indigenous people can afford that. Practically, our space is getting, little and little and little. Another joke. I mean, I was with I met with some Indonesian indigenous people. In Baku, you buy a sandwich, it can cost you $15.
2 weeks.
And how could they afford that? So it was also mental health was an issue over there because people get stressed because the thing is that the discussion is regarding the terminology that is really far away from their day-to-day life. They were crying like, I'm here. I thought that I would be able to contribute positively, but I'm here as a, how to say this? They're lost, completely lost. They lost. They cannot afford the food. They cannot afford this one. They cannot afford that one. So that's also the challenge for us. But for some of us, we cannot afford not to be there. because then we can still do the testimony, we can still do certain things. There were great events, not in the negotiation room, but inside the room. And what Anselmo explained was very, very interesting, and it's true. Since the decisions were not taken in that negotiation room, the state delegates were very clever in negotiating the text, because the draft text was there, no, on different issues. And they're talking about logistical thing. Why we start very late? Where is the translation of this one? I don't speak English. I want to have the UN language of this document, so that the real discussion do not take place, because that took place somewhere else. And then postpone here, change the room, etc. So the first week, for me, it was kind of joke. No? And I was there only the first week, because we cannot afford to be there on 2 weeks. So this is also the reality that we have to deal. And as, for example, for us on the issue of loss and damage, what we try to do, how to influence that. We are in touch with one of the small body within the UNFCCC is a body that has to deal with the issue of loss and damage. So there are experts on that, and the experts will be based on the UN body that deals with the climate change, so International Panel on Climate Change. This is body of experts that will study all the researches that are relevant to climate change, and they will publish a periodic report. So the next report is going to be this year, AR Assessment Report 7. And then we are in touch with them because we would like to influence from the scientific perspective. What we are trying to influence is to have, to have a clear definition on what is non-economic loss and damage. Because within the UNFCCC, there's no definition of non-economic loss and damage. What does it mean? So we did study, and our study is submitted to them, so that at least from that legal perspective, we will have the definitions of non-economic loss and damage from our perspective. And we are we are influencing the board on loss and damage, so that we make sure that when this 30 million, as I said, that 30 million only that was agreed, that was given in COP, they will not be used only for the administrations. They should go to the community. And they have to, they need to have the clear criteria which community that will be benefiting from that money. Because otherwise, so little money, but finally, it's not going to change anything. The frustration is there. I met with people from Banaba Island in Kiribati that were displaced to Fiji, and now Fiji is affected. They will be displaced again to other people. It's real life. We're talking about the real people, that they don't have any place to stay. And now there are some agreement between states, like I think Fiji is slightly bigger than many other islands in the state in the Pacific. They have specific arrangement for the so-called climate refugee or climate-induced migrations, that the people can relocate themselves to certain islands in Fiji. Although it is something good, but they will be uprooted from the culture, no? What about their nationality? We used to work with Kiribati. Kiribati is supposed to disappear in before 2100. How to deal with that? No? With all this discussion, will it prevent Kiribati from disappearing? No? So there are some challenges. Now let's go to the impact of Laudato Si, the impact of Laudato Deum, as you requested. Laudato Si was very powerful reminder in 2015. I was in Paris in 2015, and Laudato Si was issued few months before Paris Agreement. The voice of Pope through Laudato Si was really considered as a moral call, moral ethical call, and it really influenced some of the decision makers so that they had more ambitious target. So in Paris, the target 1.5, in fact, was set by the people from the Pacific, because they are affected. They are very much affected. And they were very much influenced or affected, not influenced, but they refer a lot to Laudato Si because it's a common home. if finally something happens, it's not going to be only for the people in Pacific, the whole planet is our planet. It belongs to, no, it belongs to us, sorry. But it is our planet. That's the only planet that we can have now. So be realistic on that. So the call from Laudato Si that is re-emphasized again in Laudato Deum because of the frustrations. That's how we read. How since 2015 until now, there's no significant change. So Laudato Deum was really a second call from the Pope so that the political leaders take this issue more seriously. So yeah, that's from me.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was busy, whenever he has a jargon, I click and so you can find all the explanation in the WhatsApp. Okay, so now Q&A session. Anything about climate, except his private life, anything about climate. Any challenging, sensitive, controversial, whatever. Okay, starting from, okay, let's start from this way.
Change your seat.
Comment from this way, question from this way. If you don't pass, just say pass, okay? Lucia first. Any question?
I'm really confused about the carbon market. What do you think about the implementation carbon market in Indonesia?
I'm not an expert on Indonesia on that sense, but really because we need to, the rule is only now adopted. No? So the real trading, carbon trade, has not taken place yet. So the carbon trade that has been taking place was based on the Kyoto Protocol. So that's the old regime, the old rules. And with that rules from the Kyoto Protocol, there was CDM, Clean Development Mechanism, in which Indonesia was quite active because just to be a bit more, how to say, understandable from the lay perspective, from the day-to-day perspective. The program that I told you between Indonesia and Norway, that is called Red Plus, that I started about 20 years ago, was that Norway provided money for Indonesian government so that the Indonesian government will not cut some forest. And the Indonesian government decided to have forest in, I think, in Sulawesi, in Kalimantan, and I think in Papua. Three regions, very specific part of that regions that will not be so-called used, exploited, so that Norway could compensate that. No? So there are different mechanisms like that between states. And the carbon clean development mechanism was a mechanism that was done among states, but it was recorded by the UNFCCC. And key states such as Congo, Brazil, Bolivia, Indonesia, and some others are the target because they have the forest. So the clean development mechanism was very much on the issue of forest, how the forest should be left alone so that it can become the carbon sink. And that carbon sink function is considered as a credit that can be bought by others. But this is not only between states. Companies can also do that. Some private companies also have agreement with state so that certain states will not do certain, development activities so that that companies can buy that credit. So if you look at certain products, they will call it carbon neutral. What does it mean, no? So it means that the company pays certain states or certain, let's say, state-sanctioned organizations not to do certain things. So there is rules within the CDM, Carbon Clean Development Mechanism. That one is going to be replaced by a new mechanism. But once again, it's very technical, unfortunately. So the lay people, the normal people will not understand. It's just too technical. And for us, from the human rights perspective, often this agreement, they do not ask the consent of the indigenous people. There's the free, prior, and informed consent principles are not implemented. the mining in, I don't know, in Mindanao, for example, there are so many, I mean, in the Philippines, there are so many mining activities, no? And I think from my previous work on the advocacy on mining, 90% of the mining activities in the Philippines are in the indigenous people's land. And the indigenous peoples, they do not give the consent. And sometimes the problem is that if the indigenous leadership do not give the consent, they create another structure. That was our finding in Blaan, among the Blaan in Mindanao. There were mining projects. When the indigenous leadership, they do not give the consent, they create another structure among the indigenous people, so that the indigenous people finally they provided the consent. Although this consent is not from the traditional leadership, but it's from another leadership. And it happens with the NCIP. Sometimes NCIP is you know. Yes. So that's a real issue, no?
There are several questions in the chat box. Try to focus on the church and climate. Good. The previous one is the general climate issues. Now this session is to the link, Catholic Church and climate. Trying to focus on that aspect. Okay. The next. Any question? Just pass. If not, pass. No, we get the others. Okay. Beretta, any comment, questions? If not, pass. Engage?
I think maybe in another session because it's again about Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia separate session. Too many Indonesia. Okay, separate. One Indonesia bring. Okay.
Pass for now.
Pass. Okay. Now, Alice.
Thank you for the sharing of the. I think in the movement of Catholic organization of Catholic, people for movement states. We are present in different countries, in different grassroots level, even in this room, it's very well we are working in grassroots level. But my reflection is always how do we influence the negotiation? Because as a Catholic group, because I think in my experience, in this type of platforms or like COP or other sectors that global platform for their art, we usually participate because we only want to participate. There is no like prior work with the government, prior work with we didn't engage in the building the dialogue or negotiation with the government on certain issues. So whenever we are there in the platform in the event, and it's like we're just there to participate, and we cannot do any influencing in terms of the decision making, or even inserting one key message or one answer. Even organization, whenever we talk about the national determined contribution, is there what we worked with SDGs before? We tried, and then I think almost all of the Caritas member organizations in Asia said we don't work with the government on that issue because that will jeopardize our position. Because our presence in the country is very small and we have a different mandate, so we don't want to endanger our position just because of that discussion. So we stopped. But then in other opportunities and other avenues, then there are some like big discussions around climate change. So I was thinking that it's quite complicated. I'm not the expert on this, but just my reflection: how do we monitor, how do we influence the negotiation staff, even the experts or even those who have been there for years or since the beginning? Probably they find challenges also to influence the discussion. But I mean, we also here with the students, with young people, the new generation. How do we contribute to this? Because this will be a never-ending story of like what you said, this is now is failed, it's disappointing. We are not sure about the next one. So let's say, hopefully the CEO is the chief is not coming from the oil company. So that's everything is it's uncertain. So that's just my reflection on how to make sure that we, as Catholic group, we can be a part of that even before that event or forum or summit is taking place, so that we can make sure even before, during, and after there is a consistent follow-up and engagement. Thank you.
I will thank you for that remark, but also your question from the discussed with the Vatican. So for us, I use our example. We put our investment in different places. So it means we almost every COP there is a message coming from the Catholic NGOs to the Holy See. So CCC has organized several discussions among the members, but also those outside the members, in which Caritas, sometimes Caritas has its own privilege being in the Vatican, no? being in Rome. So there is a discussions between Caritas and the Vatican regarding climate change. But others, for example, we work a lot with CCC. So there's a group discussion in CCC. There's someone who is in charge of climate change. And normally we work on key issues in which it becomes our message to be considered by the Vatican in their negotiations. And we do that. And we did it, even if we did not participate in COP28 or COP27, we were part of that discussions. And if you're interested, I can also be in touch with us here for those who are interested. But we need to study our homework. What are the key issues? Because joining in that sort of discussion, you need to have the expertise so that our contribution can be very meaningful. So there is this group of the Catholic NGOs, there is a WhatsApp group, there is a series of discussion in which we can influence. For us, we invest in different places, the investment. For example, we are close with the government of Vanuatu. So we know the government of Vanuatu, we know the government of Solomon Islands, and we are in touch with them. So our study is to Vanuatu, to Solomon Island. And sometimes it's using the network, the religious network. In Solomon Island, some of the key positions are Anglican, because we are also Anglican. We go through the Anglican Church. The Anglican Church in the Pacific is quite strong. With Vanuatu, because we work a lot on the issue of West Papua with Vanuatu, and then we put these things to them. So, and then, for example, we work very closely also with the World Council of Churches. And World Council of Churches is much more strategic because they have members that are negotiators. So the members of the World Council of Churches, be it from Madagascar, be it from Namibia, be it from different countries, they are negotiators, so that we can influence them. So we also collaborate with World Council of Churches. We work very closely with World Council of Churches, with Lutheran World Federations, with even some other organizations like Brahma Kumaris, Soka Gakkai. We work very closely with them. This is the message that we send to them. And we work also with some other network. There's a network called IELC, International Liaison Committee, of faith-based organizations, in which it is composed of many, many other organizations, and we have direct access to the secretariat. We have direct access to some negotiators. It's a long-term engagement, but we need to have investment in different places. And we work also with the Human Rights Network, with the organizations such as Amnesty International, Center of International Environmental Law. So with the small resources we have to invest in different places in order to be able to influence in one way or the other. And we still try to find new ways. And sometimes when we organize an event, we invite negotiators. And the negotiators will not waste their time to attend our meeting, except if our meeting is interesting. To have negotiators who will come to our meeting, and then try to influence the process. But we need to know what we want to influence. We have to be very clear what is the target. So that's why in the beginning I told you regarding what is our target. Our target is regarding non-economic loss and damages, very specific. The second target is regarding the definition of just transitions. So that just transition is not used as the solutions, but we provide another discourse. It might be a forced solutions. And regarding this NCQG, just to say that NCQG has to be very ambitious. We failed because the result is low. So we have to be very clear on where we work. The Vatican is hurt. The Vatican, of course, the Vatican, let's put it very clearly. In the climate negotiations, the Vatican will not play a very significant role because Vatican has to deal with China, has to deal with Brazil, India, EU, United States, Russia. But the Vatican can provide leading examples. One of the key examples coming from the Catholic network is divestment from fossil fuels. It's a huge thing. The issue of fossil fuels was becoming the subject also because of the Catholic Church. Because the Catholic Church leads by examples. So it's very important to lead by examples. Change of lifestyle, Laudato Si, it's clear examples. So if you look at the Catholic social teaching, at least from the Laudato Si and Laudato Deum, there are many things that can be elaborated further as concrete examples. Concrete examples that Vatican is taking the lead by concrete examples as a policy of the Catholic Church. And we have to promote that. And when I'm dealing with this issue with other faith-based organizations, they said like, I envy you because you have Laudato Si, you have Laudato Deum. But in our religious community, we don't have that. You have the guidance. And Laudato Si is also widely used by the World Council of Churches, by other organizations as inspiring. And we need to promote that. So we do collaborate with the Vaticans. We do collaborate with the delegation of the Holy See, because normally we have regular meeting during COP. But also there are some events organized by the Holy See prior to COP. The next COP, PLM COP, is going to be COP of Hope. Why? Because it's going to be organized in Brazil. Why? Because it's going to be organized in the Amazon. Why? It's going to be organized by so-called Christian Catholic countries. So the Bishop Conference of, we are in touch with the Bishop Conference of Brazil, for example. Some of the Franciscans are part of the committee, etc., etc. So we do also invest through the national network. While we are investing with the national network, we are investing also with the ecumenical network so that we can influence. If we cannot influence the decisions, but at least we can bark, we can shout. So that's very important. We can say that we don't agree with you. We say that you're bullshit. At least we say something. Because otherwise, people will not know. They said like, this is the decision. We can say that that's your decision. It's not my decision. So we need to put strategy, how to influence from inside, but also how we can become the voice of disagreement on certain issues, because we understand very well that there is so many actors involved, and these actors are the actors that do not really care about the climate change. They care about profits. I still remember one of the things, last anecdote. In COP Madrid, I was really surprised. In the COP Madrid, when you come to the meeting room, the big announcement was Coca-Cola. So it's a joke. It's a joke, like on your face. They're not shy.
You didn't drink at all?
No, I don't drink Coca-Cola. No, I don't think soda. But it's a real thing. Because they're not shy. They're not shy. They will show.
Okay. There are several questions on Zoom. Please read and then try. Okay, so what he's reading? Okay. One by one. You can take one question and then you answer one question, okay? Take a time. You choose whatever you want first.
From the floor first.
I don't know how to articulate this, but
who is speaking? No, wait, we need to record it, yeah?
I've learned that this whole thing about the issue in climate, people listen when a particular group has integrity. And this is really very, very important. For example, divestment. Have we, as Catholic social movement, have we divested? I haven't heard of any Catholic group that asks me to look into the banks where I'm investing my money on. So, for example, in the Philippines, I don't bank with BPI or BDO because they do Bank of the Philippine Islands, Bank of like all of this. Okay. One key thing is do not put your money in banks that supports coal mining. So is it still happening? Because in my organization, it's very, very important to look into that because it's a step towards that. So I knew that some of the Catholic groups and many Catholic institutions are doing this, but it's such a contradiction because World Youth Day, for example, I remembered one activity in the Philippines wherein so much of plastic, single-use plastics were left. And the Student Catholic Action, when they saw it, they took a photo and put it on Facebook. And the organizers were so upset, questioning even the national team why the group was allowed to be there. So this whole issue of when a person will speak the truth, they get shut down because it's a loss of faith to the Catholic Church, for example. Here, so there, this is my challenge on I would like to really challenge us on this. This is what we call a change of lifestyle at the collective level. So what do we mean by participation? What do we mean by participate? What really actually happens in the negotiating panel out there? I know of this because of my friends were very much involved in it, and I felt like vomiting when they saw all welcome and it's Coca-Cola and all of those things. So this is just a reminder also that we can celebrate successes and not be afraid to really challenge ourselves that we have fallen so short. Because on the other hand and on the other foot, we wanted to say, I want to save the planet, but I want to have my air conditioning.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thanks a lot. Because in fact, if we have to invest the money for COP, it's better to invest the money in the meeting called subsidiary body to COP that takes place in June in Bonn. That's less festival. That's less jamboree. We don't have that resources to do both. So we invested the real COP, but our network, they participate in the SP. We call it SP, subsidiary body of COP. Those documents, before they're presented to COP, normally are discussed in Bonn for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, so that you have more space to really influence your organization. Even people people have more opportunity to influence rather than in COP itself, because in COP, most of the documents are already prepared. No? But the preparation is much more in SB, the subsidiary body meetings in Bonn. That's very practical answer. Regarding your questions, Laudato Si movement, because I know a little bit about Laudato Si movement, I was asked to be in the board, but I don't have the time. Laudato Si movement, what I understand is that now they don't have any office.
Sorry?
They don't have any office and room.
Really?
No, I know. But I think Laudato Si movement, the most important about Laudato Si movement is the actions at the national level. Exactly, because that is the
Yes.
because when I was in Baku, I was also with someone from Laudato Si movement, and from that person said like the most important role played by Laudato Si movement is at the national level. The Philippines is very strong, in Brazil is very strong, in Africa, and they can really play important role in dialoguing also with the government. because they can negotiate, they can influence and have dialogue with the governments so that they can influence these government officials before they go to any climate-related meetings. So this is very important because, again, Laudato Si movement has also some limitations, but they have presence in different places and they are independent.
Yes, yes.
They can decide what they think is important at the local level, and they work with the church structure as well. So if you want to have Laudato Si movement influence, their strength is at the national level. No? So that's about Laudato Si movement. Regarding the involvement of the Catholic groups, CCC has a role. Even CCC, let's put it in that way, CCC is also like on the question of NDCs. CCC is realistic. They want to influence the NDCs of France and Germany. Focus on those two countries. Why? Because they have CCFD and they have ministerials. So they are in dialogue with the ministry of whatever responsible for NDCs in Germany through ministerial, and in France through CCFD. So it's very targeted because we cannot, we can, but if you want to see the concrete results, then we have to be very specialized, and they do that in those two countries. And there is a network. If any person is interested to follow climate change from the Catholic perspective, there is a WhatsApp group. Be ready to be inundated, flooded by information, because there are so many informations, and sometimes the information is not relevant. But be ready with that, no? So if you are interested, I can offer you that so that you can be part of that. But try to also understand a little bit on the dynamic, because sometimes yeah. In any case, it can be very interesting. And how to participate in COP without going there. So the online participation is becoming more and more popular now. You need, in order to be able to participate online, you need to be accredited by NGOs that are recognized by the UNFCCC. Not all NGOs that have ECOSOC status with the UN has the access to UNFCCC. It's another set. But once you have the accreditation, then you can put at least 20 people to participate online, because the physical participations in COP processes is very limited. Franciscan International, we got only one badge. Only one.
Why? Only one.
Now, the policy is that those who are based in the north, they have to be reduced. Let's give the opportunity for those who come from the south. We had 3 delegations, and then we have to go around asking people, we have the, not carbon market, but accreditation market.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. We used to have 4, and then 2, and then 1.
Oh.
But we can put, not 10 people online.
Online. When the Paksumana has a ECOSOC status, can they participate in the COP? No.
No, because
not automatically. Eh?
Not automatically. It's different registrations. It takes a year and a half to be recognized, to be accepted. At least a year and a half.
Oh, that is an Malaysian presence in COP.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's possible. Okay.
So you have not done enough about climate, right?
But if Paksumana is, which Paksumana? That's also another dynamic. No, IMICA or MCS or whatever.
Paksumana means you and the IMICA and MCS together.
Someone needs to really follow the accreditation process. Yeah. Because the process it's not difficult, but you need to follow it.
Full time.
And
1 week.
if you don't use it, and then you might have also difficulties in using it in the future, because and then you need to send all these delegations. So having access means responsibility, that we will use it. So yes, we can participate online, but it has to be accredited by And then there are many NGOs like the South, those who are based in the global South. They can have a lot of accreditations, and then you can, we can ask them. So we were accredited by, I don't know, NGO in Namibia, whatever.
Okay, then which Catholic so-called NGOs are active in the COP process?
So there are many Catholic NGOs. We have the gathering. So we have CCC, we have, and apart from CCC members, individually as well. Individually, we have Franciscans, we have the Dominicans, we have FIFAT International. FIFAT International, that is FIFAT International is the NGO of 12 religious congregations such as SVD, MSF, Coalition. Yeah.
It's not.
CPIC.
Why so spelling FIFA?
FIFAT. Yeah.
Viva International.
Yeah, yeah.
We need to be a brother and
Is it?
Yes, FIFAT International.
Viva International.
Laudato Si came in because
Yeah, but Laudato Si. No, Laudato Si has their own accreditation.
Yes.
They got only one patch also. So to get a patch is also difficult. So
Viva International is a coalition of
11 or 12 religious congregations, including the one that you might know, like SVD and then Spirit and 12.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
But is this the same patch that you will use if you go to Bonn?
This is the same patch.
Oh.
No. You need to ask again. Every time you need to ask.
Okay.
So for Bonn, you need to ask and then they will decide how many you will get.
Easier to work with.
And then you might have more. Yeah.
I mean, traditional ICO like a Paxumana, YCS, YCW, MIJA, FIMA, are they active in the COP?
IYCS is active.
Oh,
Yeah.
good, yeah.
IYCS has the presence. I think young Christian workers.
MIJA, FIMA, the Catholic farmers.
I'm not very sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very sure.
Is there any Catholic indigenous movement, indigenous association, Catholic indigenous? No.
There are individually coming from Brazil, etc. But we have to be very careful because on the issue of climate change, the indigenous people, on the issue of indigenous issues, Catholic is considered as colonizers.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We were slapped on the face several times in New York because of that. Who are you telling us?
And penance is
Yeah.
very highly related. What?
Okay, other questions. We have 3 more minutes. Can you go through the other question? There are a lot.
Yeah, no, but which one that you
Check, you know.
No.
You want to really make your brain.
What is your access to Laudato Si? So yes, so Laudato Si movement, yes, national level. Please use the national level. And please, if you're coming from a Catholic country, influence the ministry. And then regarding the presence in COP, yes, virtual is possible. In the future, just in case if you need, you can also contact me. 1-2 person, you can contact me. I can provide.
You can put.
I can put. I can use my prerogative power to do that, and I can also ask people.
Power.
No power. And then I can ask other people as well. If you are really desperate to have the experience, huh? And then what else? I think that's all. No. So if Pax Romana wants to get accreditations, you can start the process now, but you might get accreditation for COP 31 in the Pacific. It might be in Australia. So that will be COP 31.
31, Australia. Why Australia?
Pacific.
So Europe. Pacific. Rotating.
It is rotating. Yeah.
Europe, Latin America, Africa, Eastern Europe, Asia.
Yeah.
Is Asia or Asia Pacific? Next one is Europe, right?
No, next it's going to 30 is in the Americas.
Yeah, Latin America, yeah.
And then next one is going to be Pacific.
Pacific.
Yeah.
Then Asia, Africa and Asia.
Azerbaijan is Asia.
Oh no, Azerbaijan is Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but I don't think that the UNFCCC classification will be the same.
Okay. So it will be Australia confirm or
Pacific. But the one that is capable of organizing it is either New Zealand or Australia. The last time when we had in the Pacific, Fiji, but it was held in Bonn.
Huh?
It was Fiji
hosting,
but they don't have any resources, so it was organized in Bonn.
Politically Fiji, but physically Bonn.
The presidency was Fiji. The climate negotiations in Chile was organized in Madrid. Because of the political instability.
And then the politically New Zealand, physically Australia. Okay. So it's a cross to Asia. Maybe target 31, yeah?
Yeah, 31. Yeah, 31 will be very good.
Target 31. New Zealand in process.
Oh, you're in the process. Yeah. That's very good.
Okay, thank you very much, Budi. Let's give up the rest. You need to relaxation, cool down. You need to get energy, okay?
Okay, half an hour break. Wow, thank you.
Too much energy. Yes, yes, well.
Fancy, very, very.
Secular NGO or the CCC, so that we have a different perspective. So there are 4 guiding questions in the chat box. And speakers will pick up some of the guiding questions to make their own points. And then, like a previous session, will be followed by Q&A and also open discussion. Okay, without further ado, let me invite Lucky Ferrell from Sri. I guess almost everybody knows him, but nevertheless, please introduce yourself again. Yourself and also your organization affiliation. Then you can be for about 15 minutes. Lucky, are you ready, Lucky?
Yes, ready.
Come here. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Okay, sorry for the delay. Okay. So welcome to the session 1-4. This is a session 1-4, the last session of the day 1. It's about human rights and development. So we have invited several speakers who have engaged in human rights and development as an NGO, Catholic group, or FABC, and all other different organizations to have a different perspective about common issues related to human rights and development. Please take into account 4 guiding questions, and each speaker can take 10-15 minutes to make a point. And after that, we have a Q&A and the open discussion. So feel free to use a PowerPoint or if you have any background material, please send us so that we can share with all the participants. Okay, let's begin with Luque Fernando. Please introduce yourself briefly, your name and organization background. Although many of us know you, you're one of the speakers in the previous sessions, but this time more from the Catholic perspective. Okay, Luque, please.
Okay, thank you. First, I'm a bit sorry I was not able to come physically, but I'm happy to join online. So I was a member of the International Young Catholic Students Movement in Sri Lanka. Later, I became the regional coordinator, part of the Asian team based in Manila. And a bit later on, I was also part of the Asia Pacific chaplaincy team of IMCS. And also I work with Caritas, and I continue to work with different church groups, but also different secular human rights organizations. At the moment, I am a consultant for the Center for Society and Religion, an organization founded by Father Tissa Balasuriya, who is no more today, but who has inspired many people to be involved in human rights in Asia and beyond. So I'll go to the presentation. So talking generally about Catholic and human rights. Since I'm the first speaker, I can I think remind all of us something that we all know and familiar with, that human dignity is a concept that is central for human rights and as well as the Catholic faith. As Catholics, we believe human beings created in the image of God and that everyone is equal. Human rights has the same principle. That the only criteria for human rights is to be human. And equality, non-discrimination is a very fundamental principle from a secular perspective for human rights as well. And I think Jesus talks about struggles, that he came to give life and life in fullness, to bring good news to the poor. Human rights is also a lot about struggles at different levels. Historically, we have heard of significant movements like civil rights movement, anti-apartheid movement, women's franchise movement. But every day, till today, we experience and we get involved in different struggles for human rights. So these are, I think, some common features from a Catholic perspective and even from a secular human rights perspective. Different popes have spoken very strongly about human rights. This is from Pope John Paul II, who have said that the UDHR, sometimes called the Bible of human rights, is a real milestone on the path of the moral progress of humanity. And more recently, Pope Francis has spoken often about human rights. I am picking one particular, or two quotes from Pope Francis in 2018. And that is to speak of human rights is to restate the centrality of human person created by God in God's image and likeness. And in particular, very significantly, a Catholic or religious leader is saying that traditions of individual peoples cannot be invoked as a pretext for disregarding the respect for fundamental rights proclaimed by the UDHR. Because often we see religious traditions and institutions and leaders, including Catholics, invoke their beliefs as a pretext for violating human rights of some individuals and communities. So it's very significant that Pope Francis has said this some years back. So I think human rights activism must be primarily be looked upon as something that is done at a local level, national level. And Catholics are already involved. I am a bit familiar with in Sri Lanka and Asia. Then at many levels, Catholics have been involved and continue to be involved in human rights activism in Asia, and I'm sure in other parts of the world as well. But we must continue to be involved and involve more. But this can be complemented internationally. Our activism at local, national level can be complemented individually. It can be on an individual case or on a common trend. Now, I have a very personal experience of this because once I was arrested about 10 years ago, and I found that many people had come to my defense all over the world. Particularly in Asia. I remember later I learned that there were protests in Manila, in Seoul, and in different places, and many people were issuing statements on my behalf, and many of them were Catholics. So I think there are often very symbolic protests in front of embassies, statements issued, open letters, and often we offer temporary shelter for human rights defenders at risk in their own country. Now, I remember personally when I faced certain risks in Sri Lanka, I went to other countries, and some of those who welcomed me were Catholics, including in Manila at that time the IMCS house, and in many other places, with different Catholics, but also different people of other faiths and people who were atheists also welcome me. And then there are also common issues, particularly issues like migration and refugees. For example, right now we are grappling with a situation where some Rohingya refugees have come to Sri Lanka and the government is threatening to deport them. So a few days ago, there was a protest demanding the Sri Lankan government not to deport them. And just before Christmas, on Christmas Eve, on 24th of December, we had vigil, a group of us, like a Christmas vigil in solidarity with Palestine, where we said that there is no Christmas for the world until Palestine gets peace. And now, of course, now we are hearing some positive hope about Palestine. So this international solidarity is something that is very, I think, central to our faith as Catholics, because we treat everyone as our own brothers and sisters and God's children. I want to share a little bit about human at the international level about using UN human rights mechanisms, and with a particular focus on Catholics. That's also something that I've been involved with. This photo is a building of the UN building in Geneva. Asian countries on the Human Rights Council's agenda in 2025 are several. From what my memory of what Adam said 2 days ago from Forum Asia, Myanmar, Afghanistan, Cambodia, and Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka is a country where Catholics have been very active in terms of engaging with UN human rights mechanisms. But although these are the 4 countries that are on the agenda of the UN's Human Rights Council, other countries can also be raised through UN mechanisms, through thematic discussions at the UN Human Rights Council, but also using various other human rights mechanisms. Now, for some of us, when I mention these words, human rights mechanisms, it might be very new. Some might be very familiar and know better than me and have more experience than me. So I'm not going to go into detail, but I think this is a subject for a different topic. It's enough to flag that there are different mechanisms that people in different countries, including Catholics, can use to promote and protect human rights. In the case of Sri Lanka, taking it as a case study, there has been 10 resolutions since 2009 at the UN Human Rights Council related to Sri Lanka. And particularly 2 significant ones in 2014 and 2021, having an international investigation and to gather evidence related to crimes that were committed in the past. So these are the 2 significant resolutions in relation to Sri Lanka, 2014 and then 21, continued till today. But we can also see a big change from 2009 to 2012. In 2009, the resolution praised the Sri Lankan government. But in 2012 and 13, it started to become a little bit more critical, which later led to in 2014 an international investigation and other steps after that. So there has been some gradual progress after a terrible start in 2009. And it's good to think, who made this difference between 2009 and 2012 in particular. And I think some of the Catholics in Sri Lanka were very instrumental in contributing to this particular change from 2009 till 2012 at the UN Human Rights Council by engaging in lobbying. What I'm showing on the screen are copies of some letters that Catholic clergy, including one Catholic bishop, wrote to the UN Human Rights Council members in 2012, 13, and 14. And I think these are very significant because at that time there were very few NGOs who were, due to the repressive situation, who were active. And it was a very brave, courageous step from this Catholic clergy, mostly from the war-affected regions of Sri Lanka, to publicly write to the UN Human Rights Council demanding international investigations. And I know, I was also supporting them. So I know that many of them were worried about their safety, but they decided that they will go ahead anyways. So we see at the UN Human Rights Council, the voting pattern in relation to Sri Lanka has changed for the better. There are 47 member countries in the UN Human Rights Council. Out of that 47 in 2009, 29 supported the Sri Lankan government, but the number has reduced gradually, but in the end, dramatically, from 29 to 7. And at the same time, the countries that voted against the Sri Lankan government has increased from 12 to about 20. And at certain times, it was 23, 25. And the number of abstentions have also increased. So this change was also possible because of activism by Sri Lankan victims and human rights activists, including Catholic Church leaders and lay people. I'm showing some examples of involvement of Church Catholics at the UN Human Rights Council. So at different levels, we see one photo of we have only one cardinal, the Archbishop of Colombo. At a particular time, he was against the use of UN human rights mechanisms, particularly around 2012. But in the last couple of years, he has been very active in using UN human rights mechanisms. So people can change. Below is another Catholic priest who is Tamil and who is from the war-affected region. And he has also been involved in UN human rights mechanisms for a very long time. These are more recent ones from last year, 2024, two young people. They are not Catholics, but with the help of IMCS, International Movement of Catholic Students, they were able to make statements at the UN Human Rights Council. Both of them are also from very marginalized communities in the north and in the central parts of Sri Lanka. So this was a very empowering experience for them to be able to speak at the UN Human Rights Council. It was the first time that they spoke. It was the first time that they came to Geneva. And this was, they spoke on issues of freedom of religion and right to housing and right to land, but supported by the IMCS. These are some written statements made with the help of Franciscan Internationals and IMCS. And these are also related to Sri Lanka. And in Geneva, there are many Catholic groups who have consultative status, along with many NGOs, secular NGOs, who also have consultative status. And in the case of Sri Lanka, I think the Franciscan International have been the most significant supporter. From lay people like me, to the Catholic clergy, to the Cardinal, Franciscan Internationals have been supporting our advocacy, I think, for about 15 years. Buddhi has been the primary, I think, a mover, but there are also others in Franciscan International who have been supporting us. But in Dominicans, Vivat, and then also I mentioned IMCS, which has a lot. Historically, IMCS, as part of Pax Romana, has also been supporting international advocacy in relation to human rights in Sri Lanka. And then there are other congregations who have consultative status, but unfortunately, who have not been very active, although they have a presence in Sri Lanka. And then there are also ecumenical bodies like the World Council of Churches, World Evangelical Alliance, and others who can be active in promoting and protecting human rights from Geneva. And they do various things, some of which I had already mentioned using case studies from Sri Lanka. And particularly, I think they are the ones who are able to get us a badge to enter the UN, arrange meetings, sometimes offer some trainings and mentoring, help to get visa by issuing visa letters, and sometimes occasionally even help in finding the money to go to Geneva. So finally, some reflections from my experience as a Catholic, working with Catholic groups in Sri Lanka, but also with Catholic groups in Geneva, at the same time working also with secular groups in Sri Lanka and in Geneva. I think the strong involvement at local and national level is fundamental to any work at international level. Without this, I think it's impossible to be effective at international level. At the same time, I think working at local national level needs to be complemented by international level. Church is one of the most international bodies that we can see. So I think it's very natural for the church to be involved at local, national, and international level. One of the challenges is the openness to work with groups beyond your own congregation or organization. For example, I mentioned Franciscan International. In their work with Sri Lanka, they have worked with not only with Franciscans, but they work with lay people like me. They work with the Cardinal, who is the Archbishop of Colombo. They work with the Oblates, OMI congregation. So they work with different people, lay people and priests and religious beyond Franciscans. Similarly, IMCS, International Movement of Catholic Students, have also worked not only with their members, not only with the IMCS group in Sri Lanka, but also with other people like the youth that I mentioned. Working with at ecumenical level with other faiths and secular groups, I think, is very important. Collaboration, cooperation is very important. Training is very important, particularly on related to using different mechanisms at domestic and international level. And training in international level is also very important. I think my involvement at the UN, particularly international lobbying, was primarily based on a internship that I followed with Pax Romana about 20 years ago. And there was Anselmo who I was the pioneer of that internship program. And I must remember our Raj Kumar, who passed away recently, who was our teacher or guru in terms of international advocacy in Geneva. But now I think with that kind of a training, I have been able to support many others, Catholic groups, including the Cardinal and lay people, but also non-Catholic people. So I think that spirit of training at national and international level, continuity is important to go on. And finally, I think there's a lot of potential for the new center that the International Movement of Catholic Students, IMCS, has in La Roche in France, about 1 hour away from Geneva. And I hope that we can make use of this center in a better way in the coming years for the promotion and protection of human rights, continuing the tradition that has been there for IMCS and Pax Romana for many decades. So I'll stop here and I'll be around for discussion if there is any questions or comments later on after the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luki. As always, very practical, concise, and also very critical. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next speaker. According to program, we have a second speaker, Deepika Singh from FABC OHD. Is Deepika in the room? Okay, if not, we can go to the next speaker, Adrian Pereira. And then Ravi sent us apologies because of time difference. And then Raj Kumari from India. Are you in the room?
Yes, Anselmo.
Raj Kumari?
Yes,
from India?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. As you know, she was one of the former IMCS Asia team, like Bertha and Suman, but now she's engaging human rights NGO in India. Okay. Happy New Year, Raj Kumari.
Happy New Year, Happy New Year, and good to see
She wanted
everyone.
to
Hi,
come because
Ruki.
of her child, the school curriculum. She couldn't make it, The Kinsey is here, so come next year so we can have a reunion with all the friends. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, you have a floor now. Can you speak now?
Yeah, you want me to speak, Anselmo? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Hi, everyone, and I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person, although I wanted to come. And I'm so happy to see the old friends, and reconnecting with the movement is always a great experience. Just to I'm Rajkumari, shortly known as Raji, and I was part of the IMCS Asia Pacific team. And I also attended the great internship which Anselmo and Rajkumar has organized, and which changed my whole career line. And I am into the human rights work now. I have been involved with human rights education and also monitoring work in India. I was with an Amnesty International, People's Watch, and Child Rights and You. After they shut down Amnesty International India in India, so now I am working as a consultant with a global organization called Right to Education Initiative, and right now I work quite a lot on the right to education at the global level, and mainly we do a lot of international advocacy, and mainly we also work with UN treaty bodies as well as the Human Rights Council. So I'll just share my reflections on two aspects based on my experience in India, in the Indian context, as well as my experience in the, with the UN human rights mechanisms at the global level. To begin with my experience in India, when I was in IMCS almost 20 years back, uh, uh, the reality is, so different. The context is so different, especially for civil society organizations like us in India. Especially if you are a Catholic or a Christian, or belonging to any minority religion. And again, if you speak up for human rights, your human rights language is not understand as a human rights language. It is again understand as a more in the religious line. Just to give example, like we live in a society now in the last 10 years, more than 10 years. We are in a very polarized culture. So it's not only we have to fight or advocate with the state, there is a polarization among the people. And that polarization is instigated by spreading hate, by spreading violence, and in the name of religion. And it is very much deep rooted. It is very much deep rooted. Like recently, we have done a study on the status of, just to give one example, we have done a study on the status of widows in India, and we are advocating for a legal protection for widows because their rights have been violated, they don't have job security, and there are a lot of issues. But the problem is the NGOs who are involved in this issue are, most of them, we belong to Catholic communities. Like, our identity, the other identity is also, you are a human rights activist and you are also a Christian. When we talk about these issues, it is interpreted as not as that when we talk about the rights of women, it is interpreted as the Christians are against Hindu culture. So that's how it's interpreted. So, and it is in this challenging times, it is really important how we strategize our work in terms of when we demand for human rights. So the one thing that we believe, or the approach that we take, is at the same time, there is also a challenge. While there is some clarity among the human rights people who are into social action or people who are into human rights work, differentiating our own identity as a Catholic, at the same time our own identity as a human. And how do we defend the human rights values? How do we defend the human rights ethos, not from the religious angle? But at the same time, the polarization is so deep rooted and people are divided so badly into the religious lines. Often, there are people fail to understand, like if the oppressor, for example, belong to a religion where I belong, then I don't see, the human rights, the victim, from that context. What I end up defending the oppressor, the accused. So that's how it's a very challenging times that what we live in. So one thing that what we really promote is the strategy that what we believe is to really work with the secular ethos, with the like-minded groups, and also to reach out people belonging to other communities to restore the human rights values. In Indian context, we also take it to restore the constitutional values. So promoting constitution and the constitutional values and human rights values, that comes that should come in the forefront. That's how we work. And it is really in terms of resources, there is so much of NGOs lost their status. So most of the Catholic organizations, if you belong, if you do social work, especially if you work with rights-based work, if you work with human rights issues, then you are targeted. If you work with, on environment issues, we talk about climate change a lot in a different tone, but how its people's land and resources, especially tribal land and resources, are taken away. And that's why Father Stan was targeted. If you work with communities against major corporations that impact major corporations' business interest, then you are targeted. So it is in this context, it's really like with all the resource crunch and lot of movement building, that's what happening now. We build more and more networks, like-minded networks. And what is more important also for the church is how do we take this messaging more in terms of building awareness among the communities, not as a from a religious angle, but from a human rights angle. Because when what actually happens at times when the position of church is that when a Catholic or a Christian is targeted, when there is an attack on a Christian minorities, then we voice out. But when there is an attack on women in general, or when there is an attack on Muslim minorities or other Hindu minorities in other countries like Bangladesh or whatever it is, then are the church is ready to speak up? That is a question that I just want to put forth, whether the church is it's talking about human rights only from a religious point of view, or it is from a human rights point of view. That's from the Indian context that I just wanted to share. And my second reflection is based on how do we work with human rights mechanisms, but connecting national organizations as well as global organizations. So just to give one example about the issue that have been involved now, I'm working on a right to education. So I'm doing a lot of research on the early childhood care and education right now. So one of the major issues in early childhood care and education is it lacks a proper legal recognition, both at the national level as well as the international legal framework. The UN Special Rapporteur has come out with a report on early childhood care and education in 2022. And that report also clearly indicates while right to education is guaranteed, early childhood care education is not really explicitly guaranteed. It is included in the international law more enough from an inclusive, implicitly it's included. So one of the agenda that what the civil society organizations, what we are promoting is now, we want to have kind of a legal framework or a guidelines, both at the national level as well as at the international level. So the approach that what we do is in twofold. One, we work with a lot of civil society organizations at national level, and we encourage them to do monitoring early childhood care and education, and include and do advocacy at the international level. So for example, recently we have done with Ghana and Uganda, and they'll be reviewed by the Committee on the Rights of the Child soon. So they have submitted an alternative report focusing on these issues, early childhood care and education, because In Uganda, it's almost 99%, almost it's privatized. So we seek more of a public funding and more public education. So that's why they submitted the report. So that's one thing that we work with civil society organizations at national level, where they submit reports, alternative reports to the UN Human Rights Forums, and that's why they make more visible. And then they also follow up at their national level in terms of to bring changes in the legal framework in their own country. And also it is also one of the goals in SDG goal 4.2. It also wants to ensure pre-primary education by universal pre-primary education is achieved by 2030. So that's why they monitor and they report that issue at national level. In parallel, what we also do is at an international level, we have formed a global advocacy group that includes, it's a civil society initiative, but we involve UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education. We involve UNESCO, but it's an initiative by the civil society organizations. And we have academics, we have Oxford Human Rights Hub in the initiative. And then we have other civil society organizations that are from regions as well as from the global level. So we have Human Rights Watch. We have other organizations working on early childhood care education at the regional level from Africa and from Latin America and from Asia. So we have drafted guiding principles on early childhood care and education. And we did several rounds of consultation with treaty body members and other experts and everyone. Right now, the first draft is ready, and it is uploaded in the UNESCO website for public opinion and feedback. And in the coming Human Rights Council in 2025, June 2025, it will be presented by the UN Special Rapporteur as an annexure. So otherwise, in the later report in October, either in one of the reports, she will include as an annexure. Why I'm sharing this experiences, normally standard setting or any normative framework is normally initiated by states, or it's done by the Human Rights Council forums, but this is something that a civil society initiative where we engage in a normative setting framework. So there are situations that at international level that seeks, but if that's why we involve UN treaty body members, we consult them, and we involve UN Special Rapporteur, and when they present it, then it gets accepted, and gradually, if the UN Human Rights Council adapted and if there is a resolution passed, then it will serve as a guidelines. Although these guidelines are anyway, it's not a legally binding, but it's more of a soft law and more provides a guidelines. But that would be a starting point already. And also it is an effort to consolidate the various efforts. So these are the two things that I just wanted to share, and I'll be happy if there are any questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Kunari. So thank you for very insightful presentation based on your practical experience, both in domestic India and also international. So now let's go to Budi again. He spoke a lot in the climate, but now human rights, because he's a Geneva, he's involved in both climate and also human rights. Budi, could you please share your experience and make some point? And there are already 7 questions in the chat box. So Luki, after Budi presentation, Luki and Rajakumari, you can pick up some of them. Some are more personal, some are very, the official one. And also, Budi, also you can pick up some of the questions in your presentation. Okay, Budi, please.
Thank you. I'm very happy to have Ruki, Raji, and myself, because we are more or less the same generation. So this is the result of the human rights initiative that was organized by UNFCCC. So,
So once again, just to repeat, thanks to the internship program on human rights that was organized by Anselmo, now we have the same generation of Ruki, Raji, and myself are still working on the human rights. So the investment that we did, provide, I wouldn't say that provide the result, but provide the call to serve to the international community, but also the grassroots level. So just to link up a little bit on what Ruki mentioned regarding the collaborations between the Catholic, so-called Catholic NGO or Catholic-inspired NGOs, indeed, there are certain human rights situations that can get the attentions of the international community due to the common work of the Catholic NGOs, not alone, but with other organizations. Ruki provided the information on the situation of Sri Lanka. I can also raise the situations in the Philippines, for example. The situation of the human rights of the Philippines has been addressed together with some other organizations, but the Catholic NGOs are also working very closely. We work very closely, for example, with a Dominican for Justice and Peace. And although we are Franciscans, but in our work on the Philippines, we work very closely with other organizations such as PARA, TFD, LILAC, with some other. This is human rights NGOs that are very prominent in the Philippines, yet they collaborate with us so that we can raise that issue not only from the civil society perspective, but also from the faith-based perspective. No? One of the good example was when the situations in the Philippines regarding war on drugs get very bad. We did what we called as silent diplomacy. The silent diplomacy that we did now is no more silent. We facilitated a bishop that came from Caloocan. I discussed it also with Kin. This bishop from Caloocan has been threatened publicly by Duterte. And he was very much concerned because most of the victims on war on drugs was in his diocese. I think more than 5,000 people in his diocese was killed. And some of them were killed in front of his place. So he was really publicly threatened. And what we did was when he was invited by the Pope for the Atlimina. Atlimina means the dialogue between the bishops in the Philippines with the Pope. He was approached by the Pope, and the Pope said, like, I know the situation, I know your situations, and then go ahead for the advocacy. You know? So that was very meaningful. And then we brought him from Rome discreetly because his life was in danger to Geneva. We did lobby, behind the door lobby between this bishop that is now Cardinal, Bishop Ambo. What is his complete name? Anyway, he is the new Cardinal. We did the lobby with him, and we met with several David Ambo. Yeah, and then based on that lobby, because the lobby that we did was very much credible. So the EU, the United States, Canada, some of the Western yeah. So they trusted, and then as the result, in some of the sessions, following sessions, we had a very strong resolution condemning the situations of the extrajudicial killing that were on drugs in the Philippines. That's one of concrete example. And then Ruki has explained about Sri Lanka. The Cardinal from Sri Lanka came to Geneva under Franciscan International, and we could organize meeting with the High Commissioner and some other strategic meetings. And the situation in West Papua, for example, the situation in West Papua in Indonesia, although there's no resolution in West Papua, but the situation in West Papua kept attention internationally due to the work of Franciscan International together with FIFAT International. Of course, with collaboration with other organizations such as with Council of Churches and some other organizations. This is to show you that when we work in collaborations, we will be able to raise that issue to get the attentions, and then at least when the issue get the attentions, the concerned government, be it Sri Lanka, be it the Philippines, be it Indonesia, they need to defend themselves. They need to explain themselves at the international level. So those are the examples that I can provide, but also on the issue of Myanmar, for example. The issue of Myanmar, it's very, in terms of security, we are advised by the Franciscans in Myanmar not to speak publicly because their community are being attacked regularly by the military. Thus, we borrow another organization, another NGO to speak on the situation in Myanmar. And another example, we brought sisters coming from Myanmar to provide some testimonies with some diplomats. And indeed, the diplomat appreciated very much because we have the credibility, when we speak about the situation in Myanmar, because our community or the Catholic community has been targeted very much. And then we also work on what we call as thematic issues. In the thematic issues, the Catholic NGOs that are quite active in Geneva, we have sort of specializations as well. So I make a list of the NGOs in which we have sort of specializations. I have to find it. So, for example, on the issue of humanitarian, the humanitarian issues in Geneva, the NGO that is really expert on that is Caritas Internationalis. Caritas Internationalis become a kind of focal point for us when we talk about the humanitarian access in the situation of conflict or in the situations of to the climate change and many other issues. So Caritas Internationalis has been known as the Catholic NGO in Geneva that deals very effectively on the issue of humanitarian related issues. And then in the issue of refugees, for example, refugees is handled by Jesuit Refugee Service. So they're involved in different discussions, different mechanisms that is related to the issue of refugees. And Jesuit Refugee Service, as you know, they have presence in many places. So they have the specializations on that issue. And then on the issue of youth, that IMCS and Pax Romana should be more involved. In fact, it is addressed mainly by IMA and Fides, which are the two organizations of the Salesian sisters. So they are the expert on that issue. There were some resolutions adopted by the Human Rights Council on the issue of human right of youth. And the experts, the two NGOs that are expert on that issue are IMA, I-I-M-A, I don't remember the long name, and Fides, V-I-D-E-S. And they are, both of them are the NGO of the Salesian sisters. And then we have also NGOs that work specifically on the issue of the right of the child or children right. That includes BICE, International Bureau of Catholic Children. I don't know how to say it in English correctly because it's in French. And we also have some other organizations like the Christian Brothers, whose official name is Edmund Rice International, as well as the Marist Brothers. The Marist Brothers, they are very active on the issue of the right of the child. They are involved in different mechanisms on the issue of the right of the child. And on the issue of trafficking, because trafficking is also key issues, the Good Shepherd sisters, they are very active, although they don't have the presence physically in Geneva for the moment, but they are one of the NGOs that really follow the issue of trafficking. They work in collaborations with Talitakum. Maybe some of you have heard about Talitakum. Talitakum is coalitions of the NGOs, of the religious congregations in Rome that address the issue of trafficking. So they work both in Geneva as well as in New York, but also in Rome. And on the issue of disarmament, for example, which is also a very, very important issue. In fact, Pax Christi is the organization that works a lot on the issue of disarmament. So Pax Christi become the focal point among the NGOs, Catholic NGOs or the NGOs working on the issue of disarmament. On the issue of migration in general, there is also the International Catholic Commission on Migration, ICMC. They work very closely on the issue of migrations. For us, Franciscan International, we are often considered as the Catholic NGOs that work a lot on the issue of three: climate change, environment, and the impact of business on human rights. So we were considered as having those specifications. And then some funding, so-called funding agencies, they are also very much involved on the human rights work in Geneva. For example, on the issue of peasant rights, UNROP, United Nations Declaration on the Right of Peasants, the Catholic Swiss London Campaign is very active on that. So they become one of the key NGOs / funding agency that works a lot on the issue of the peasant rights. And then on the issue of business and human rights, there is a huge number of Catholic funding agencies that work on that issue that include CCC, Miserior, Missio, Fasten Actions, and there is really very substantial involvement of the Catholic NGOs on that. And then some of the key thematic issues that the Holy See is very much involved. The issue of peace, for sure, because they will speak every January on the issue of peace. And then they are very much involved also on the issue of migrations, especially with IOM. So several of the IOM discussion, the Holy See will be very much involved, including from the human rights perspective. And one of the issues that is very interesting, and we don't have the expertise at all, and the Holy See is taking the lead, is on the issue of human rights and artificial intelligence. So Holistic is very active, one of the very few states that work on that issue. We've been invited to have discussions with them, but we don't have the capacity. I have no clue about the human right, the artificial intelligence from the human right perspective. It is a subject that we need to deepen more and more. And then Holistic is also very much involved in the issue of environment and climate change. One of the key issues that will be discussed in that perspective, from the human rights perspective this year, is on the issue of oceans, because there will be the ocean conference in Nice this year. But at the same time, the rapporteur on environment is also making a report or preparing a report, annual report regarding the issue of human rights and oceans. And then what else? So those are the highlights, just to add up what Ruki mentioned previously.
Thank you very much, Budi. Once again, altogether 9, of course, while listening to you. The last question I put is sorry, let me repeat. Thank you very much, Budi, for again your very practical and insightful presentation and sharing. There are altogether 9 questions. Already you covered some of them. The last 2 questions, especially artificial intelligence, you mentioned. I was wondering, we have a ICMICA, or MIG. ICMICA is intellectual, So artificial intelligence huge challenge to intellectual movement, ICMICA. How I'm wondering, because this is also human rights issue addressed in the Human Rights Council, but at the same time, this is a social, very fundamental question for our Catholic faith, what's intellectual, artificial intelligence. So I don't know whether Professor ICMICA, whether there's any discussion among ICMICA members on these issues, because we need to multiple approach AI. It's an ethical, intellectual, at the same time human rights, So this is a question for you later on when you go around, if you have any. And also I put there are some occasions your personal, because many of you are former IMCS or YCS background, the movement when you are young, and then now you are very active in the secular human rights or religious congregation, somehow the social human rights group. So what kind of, how you see your past experience, IMCS, is there any connection to, Rajkumari briefly mentioned, because of that human internship Geneva, now there was a basis for her, engagement of human rights for long, So I want to hear a little bit more. And also, as you said, there has been, in the past, we have an internship program. So many donors, trusted, they invest a lot, That's why not all, but many, still many, active, regionally, nationally, and globally. But we don't have that program anymore, right? In Geneva, we have a Catholic NGO, but we don't have a systematic internship program, a capacity building program. Although Budi and the Luki, and trying to, provide some space, but not, the sustainable manner. So now we have IYTC, of course it's not Geneva. So we have an infrastructure, how we can use this IYTC to produce our leaders, advocacy leaders, more effective manner. Of course, internship is one of them, but internship is only here, it's not yet connected to Geneva and New York and other international advocacy. So I'd like to ask for your comment or suggestions. Okay. So now let's go back to Luki and Rajkumari, and then I'll come back to Presetto and then Budi. Okay, Luki.
Okay, maybe I will not answer everything, but I will pick some things that I think easier for me to answer. So first, maybe I will take this about this IYTC and the internship matter. So I think I already started, some kind of a thing in terms of, but in a kind of a model or a pilot project in relation to Sri Lanka. Because I work primarily in Sri Lanka. So I last year took 5 persons 5 young activists to Geneva. And I think they had a good experience from the feedback, and some of them are still using those experiences, sending complaints to the UN and doing some follow-up work. But it involved a lot of work. It was very difficult for me to organize from Sri Lanka. IMCS helped a little bit with the accreditation, getting the badge and accommodation. Buddhi also helped a lot because IMCS team, I think, was not so familiar in how to do this. So I think the first step is that the IMCS team in La Roche need to become familiar on how to with the UN mechanisms itself. No, unless the team is familiar, then it's difficult for them to help others from other countries. So, and I think Buddhi can be a good resource that can help IMCS. But I think we should not get Buddhi to do everything, but rather, Buddhi should be more involved in helping the IMCS team members to learn, particularly William and Fazika. So this year also I'm trying to do continue that pilot project in terms of Sri Lanka, and I'm hoping to get IMCS involved, and I think I already asked William. So I think after these two, I think IMCS will have some credibility that they have hosted 2 groups at least in a substantial way to help with advocacy and lobbying, and hopefully that can be a pilot kind of a country. Sri Lanka could be the pilot country that IMCS could replicate for other countries and other regions as well. So, but in this, I think maybe the Chiang Mai Center could be the place where there can be a regional training, for Asia or the Asia Pacific. A small number, maybe 10, 15 people could be trained for about a week, before they go to actually Geneva. And out of that 15, maybe about 3 or 4 could be selected to go to Geneva for a more intensive experience. And in between Chiang Mai and Geneva, there could be some work done from their own country because now there are a lot of opportunities to do work online. But here, I think the most fundamental thing is that the criteria should not be to help IMCS movements in different Asian countries, but to help young human rights activists. So the criteria should be that it should be young people who are actively involved at local, national level in their own country, in their own communities. It should not just be because they are part of IMCS. Now, if that is the case, they will not be able to engage successfully in a place like Geneva. So that criteria, I think, is very important. This will go on to another question, I think, that was raised about how to engage with the UN without physically going to Geneva. And I think this has, this last few years in particular, has opened up a lot of opportunities for us to engage from our own country, from our bedroom or office with what's happening in Geneva or in New York or anywhere else. No, I'm more familiar with Geneva, so I can speak to that. The Sri Lankan cardinal whose photo I showed didn't go physically speak from Geneva. He did go physically to Geneva, but his oral statement to the Human Rights Council was made through a video. So that's possible from the bedroom or from the office or from anywhere else. So many other Sri Lankan activists have done statements, oral statements at the UN Human Rights Council by video. And also we Sri Lankan activists have been submitting complaints to UN special procedures, and some of those have been taken up from their own country by email. So a lot of the engagement can happen, from our own country. Now, a lot of the trainings can also happen in the own country. I think we did a training, Buddhi and I did a training for some Catholic leaders, clergy and religious in Sri Lanka. Recently, I did a training for some young lawyers in Sri Lanka on UN human rights mechanisms. I did a training for some journalists and some other human rights defenders. So a lot of the activities in relation to international advocacy can be done from own country. It doesn't require a physical presence in Geneva. No? So maybe I will stop there so that, but I know I didn't answer some other questions. But if there's time, maybe I'll come back later to the other questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Luki. Now, Rajakumari, please.
Thanks, Anselmo. Just to respond few questions. One in terms of the internship program. Actually, when we attended the internship programs, there was not much of opportunities, and we had unless if ICMICA, if they didn't create that opportunity, I don't think we wouldn't have that kind of chance to attend those kind of programs. But nowadays there are so many opportunities to attend online as well as offline forums. So what I would suggest or recommend is like some of the members, like ex-members movement, we are part of various organizations. So like Ruki said, we also recently organized a program on how to do advocacy with UN Human Rights Mechanism. It was an online program. So to begin with, if there is an interest among the students or the movement or among the young, like Ruki said, among the young activists, you can attend this kind of a programs that could be a starting point. And secondly, the important thing is it's not just attending a training is enough. Like in my own experience, after I attended the internship in Geneva, I came back to India and I worked in People's Watch, a human rights organization, and practically done the work in the field. So I did a monitoring work. And at that time, there was very few women involved in monitoring work. And because the movement gave me that kind of a courage or confidence to go to field, to go to police stations, to talk to officials, to identify issues, and to do all those things. So besides that, we also used to do a training in the organizations. Like every twice a month, we used to have training. And then whatever I learned in Geneva, I used to translate that into the regional language, documents into regional language, and we used to train the field staff in, like, for example, if we have to send complaints, and what kind of data that we need to collect from the field while monitoring the issue. So that's how we applied it in practical. So that really helps to sustain, to advocate in a long term. So that really helps when we come back and we work into that practical application. And second thing, there was a question about how do we contribute in terms of the capacity building of present youth. I just want to share the India experience. Like the movement that where I belong to was ICAF, and ICAF is now celebrating 100th year, like the Pax Romana. So there are a lot of efforts being made to connect with ex-members and the present students. So there has been a lot of efforts have been made. And besides that, we among ourselves, the ex-ICAFers, we have created a forum for ourselves. So that forum really helps. And besides this forum, we used to network. We continue in the human rights field to network. Like, for example, there was a police firing, and there was a major human rights violation where more than 13 people got killed and several people injured, and the NGOs didn't have any money to work, any resources. But it's because of the network, mainly because of all these movement members, we all volunteered to do a fact finding. We all went there, we stayed in that place, and we did collectively a fact finding. So that really, continuing that network, even though the initial starting point was the movement, that's how we all got connected. But because we all continue in the human rights field, that network was maintained on an issue base. So that really helps. The other thing, like one thing that I appeal to IMCS and IYCS, and I'm also feeling very sad to say this, because there was not much effort made to connect with the ex-members. That's something that could be done. Just to give example, I'm in Bangalore. When there was an IMCS program happened in Bangalore, there was not even a courtesy just to inform us or to connect. These are the moments. It's not that ex-members are going to interfere into the movement or not to talk about anything, but it's just when you are there in a different city and you have ex-members staying in that same country, why don't you just connect and get them? These are all just could be a meeting points also. So building that connect and sustained relationship, that would really help. And in terms of organizing youth, I think in my opinion, what is really important is how do we build the perspectives? Because so much of information is available today in the internet. Because I believe that is the strength that we gained from the student movement. So the analytical perspective, Rajkumar and when Anselmo used to do the internship program, that part is it's not just we attend the sessions. We have to come back and attend session with Rajkumar and do that part of an analysis that, it's not just learning, but how do we build that perspective? I think that perspective is important, and we are all there to support, whether the program is being organized by IMCS or IYCS, or in whatever way we could support, we are there. And I'm also basically I was with Amnesty International doing human rights education for more than 6-7 years. So part of my work is also did a human rights course for the youth as well as for teachers. I designed a lot of human rights education programs adapting participatory methodology. So that part of it is also how do we work with international human rights mechanisms as well as with the national mechanisms. Both are equally important. So we in whatever way you need support, we are there. That's just want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Preseto and Budi, for the comment. After that, we'll go around this way to get some comment.
Yeah, thank you. If Marcelo asking about artificial intelligence and racism with human rights itself. Frankly speaking, as me guys, I never discussed deeply about this matter, but in my opinion, there is a technical challenge using the artificial intelligence. The first is regarding about the technical about the biased information, because as we know that anyone can supply the information in artificial intelligence searched by digital history. So the most important is how to using ethic and moral consideration using this, and we as intellectual always check and recheck and using this.
Mike, can I hear you? Suman, Mike. Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Oh, did it finish?
Finished.
Okay, Budi.
I don't know which question that I have to respond, but I think there are two genuine questions from the young people, so I'll try to respond that. So first is regarding how to involve, regarding the attack against lawyers and judges, etc. So
if you look at the human rights mechanisms, there are several special rapporteurs. The special rapporteurs are those who work on specific issues. And there's the special rapporteurs of the that address the issue of the independence of judges and lawyers. And the special rapporteur indeed addressed the fact that in several countries, the law enforcement officers or judges or lawyers are being targeted because of political issue, etc. And that's one thing. The second thing is there is also a special rapporteur on the right of indigenous peoples. So we would like to work on those intersections between indigenous peoples and the independence of justice and lawyers. Then we need to study on what has been done so far. Because when we want to engage, two types of engagement with the Human Rights Council, if we want to be a bit more meaningful, first is to advance the discussions. To advance the discussion means to contribute the so-called soft law international standard on those issues. So for that, we need to study very carefully on what has been done by the special rapporteurs and whether those studies that have been done by the special rapporteurs are implemented or respected at the national level. So we need to study it. However, apart from that, we can also work through the concrete cases. The concrete cases means that if you have instances of cases in which lawyers or judges are being undermined or being attacked, then we can also submit informations or provide informations to the Human Rights Council. How to provide information? There are several ways. The easy way or the difficult way. The easy way is by using our voice when we read statements or we write statements, because during the Human Rights Council, once a year, there will be discussion regarding the independent judges and lawyers. And there is always a discussion regarding the right of indigenous peoples. There are several mechanisms. Then we can register to write, register to speak. And even for that, you don't have to be in Geneva. you can record it. And when you record it, you can send it. There are technicalities, logistical arrangement that you have to make, you have to be ready, but it is doable. IMCS can do that, Laksamana can do that. And then, although you might not be able to address the issue, the specific issue, but when you raise the issue, then the issue will get the attention. No states at the UN will be very happy if there is any statement regarding the situations in their country. So that's guaranteed. So when you read statement regarding Nepal or regarding India on the issue of indigenous people or indigenous people, they will be very alert and they will respond because they have the diplomats in Geneva have to report back to their capital that there is statement regarding the concerned country. So it provides attention. So that's the first thing. The second thing, you can also write written statements. We've done it as Pax Romana together several times. The written statements will be sent to the Human Rights Council. It's going to be documented. And then once it is published, you can use it as an advocacy tool. And once again, the Human Rights making statement in the Human Rights Council or making submission in the Human Rights Council is not going to change immediately the situations. No, but it's going to draw the attentions, the international attention as well as the national attention on the issue. So we can do that, and it's important to do that. Pax Romana has slots to do that, but we have not done. We have not used it maximally. So Ruki and I are trying to work closely with William and Fasika, with Rafi as well, on how to maximize the space available. You know, and it has been done for the situation in Sri Lanka, for example. So we can do that, and we need to discuss that because otherwise, if we are not active at the UN, people will not know us. So if you're not active for 3 years, 4 years, people will forget. We have, I mean, some people still remember Pax Romana here and there, but the new generation, they don't remember. I mean, if you talk about Pax Romana in the Human Rights Council, what is Pax Romana? No? So that's to be realistic. And then regarding the issue of youth, I'm not an expert on human rights and youth, so we need again to read the reports to see the discussions. What is the discussion about? You know, if you need, for example, to have specific discussions on that, I can also help you to connect with someone that works on that issue. When we work on the human rights issue, we have sort of specializations. No? So like Rachi with the right to education, Ruki on the issue of human rights situations in Sri Lanka. I used to be an expert on the issue of the human rights situation in West Papua, Philippines, Solomon Islands, for example. I do have some specialization when people refer to me, so that when there is any need, people can come to me and ask my opinion on that. But Ruki, Rachi, and I, we also understand the generality of the human rights mechanism, be it Human Rights Council or treaty bodies, etc. So we will be very available. But regarding the involvement of IMCS members, IYCS members, first, the person needs to have the interest. If you're not interested, even if we send you to trainings, it might not be useful. So we have to really see that person has the interest, that person has the commitment. Traveling or not traveling to Geneva or to New York, it's secondary. I mean, many people travel to Geneva for different trainings, but they don't use that experience. And many people do not travel to Geneva or New York, but they have the expertise. They're involved in the human rights advocacy through the mechanisms available. And nowadays, being involved at the human rights mechanism, you can do it, Ruki mentioned it, from your bedroom, practically. You can be involved, you can be very influential. But of course, interactions with other people is important. There are many ways, we have to be very creative, but first, we need to find someone that is passionate on that. Passion first, and after that, study. I didn't study law. Ruki did not study law, but we study, we read. That's very important to understand. You will not understand most of the things that you read, but if you read a lot, with the time, you gain that knowledge. You listen to the Human Rights Council discussions. It's free, it's there. And after that, I've done many trainings online. So things can be done without having really physical presence in Geneva, but we have the space in IYTC. We are available for that. We also have the space in Laos, and we need to see statistically how to engage with that, but that is possible.
Thank you very much. So this will be clips for information from Bishop Homan. Bishop Homan is really
Hello, Bishop Haman.
Yes.
Okay. You for your participation, please feel free to make an intervention now, question or comment.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity. Martin Korokan is my name, and I'm from Bishop Eamon Foundation of Papua New Guinea. We coordinate the international movement of Catholic students, international or Pax Romana in Papua New Guinea. So we are so happy to participate in this webinar, and we're looking forward to joining you guys tomorrow and into the future. We are a new word, so please do support us, help us where possible, especially training of our student leaders. We've got around 10 universities in Papua New Guinea, and we are also the gateway to Asia and the Pacific, so it's more strategic that our students can be helped. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Let me repeat. So there was a very important point made by Rajakumari about the role of ex-IMCS YCS who are engaging whether it's a church or a civil society or public sector. So that's very important. But unfortunately, there's no, the permanent organized platform, for their commitment after graduation. Once they leave the school or university, there's no space. So these are common challenges for IMCS, YCS, and also the ICMICA, because they are in between, they're in between. And here, this meeting, the Catholic Civic Forum is a space for dialogue, different generations. So now we have interns directly from the national movement, and those who are leaders who are working at the regional level and global level as a student movement. And then we have a graduate, different generations working human rights, climate, many other issues. So how, kind of intergenerational, the dialogue or cooperation. At the same time, the IMCS YC, we have a lot of grassroots members. That means there's a formation program at the grassroots campus level, and then national, and then regional, global. How we can develop more systematic mechanism so that those who are produced, from the local national training program, they can come to the meeting, like a Kaila program we are organizing next week. And then some of them come to internship program. Hopefully some of them can continue as a regional or global, kind of process, and then come back to local or they continue to work international or different levels, So there was the original idea of movement, the process, let's say it can be 5-year or 10-year process. So all these are now, that's why we, for the first time, we have, like a round table, to learn from each other. So I want to ask William and Berta, based on your experience, what is while you are working as IMCS regional or international team, how do you foresee? It's also for you, when you finish IMCS, what are you going to do, What is your future? But it's not only you, your generation, how we can sustain continue commitment of your generation. So the like a Luki or Budi or Rajkumari, Okay, so starting with William. Please, Mike. I'm sure William, this IYTC is a part of William's big plan, So please share your big plan, a secret.
This is a very strong, I felt this is a very difficult question because facing different challenges to sustain our operation as IMC Transformer. So we have a different kind of challenges. And when I work in IMC Asia Pacific, so that I was sharing that I have an exceptional regional coordinator as IMCS. Why? I was the pandemic coordinator. People put me online. And at that time also I realized that while we were working and while we were developing our online course, especially we call it continued learning and action program, shortly we call CLAP program. And it's some outcome for us that it's really assisted with the students, but still when you realize that technical and lack of smartphone, internet, and different type of challenges. At the same time, when during as Asia Pacific coordinator, we try to conduct a research like a survey, and you realize that IMCS Paxtromana in Asia Pacific, mostly we are facilitating actually that marginalized communities, and most of their family, they are from that working class. Working class means their families, parents, they are working, no? So that type of background, and they're struggling, especially for their finance, their family support, and so many challenges that our young people, especially, they're facing. And mostly big challenges also for new generation. Like few months ago, one of our elders was asking, why you guys are talking about mental support or mental weakness? What is this? We didn't face this kind of challenges, no? Something like this. He was asking. This is a very new issue, something like this. So we're really facing some different challenges. So when we conduct this survey, we came up and we see that these are the student groups that we are really trying to facilitate them. And we try to also see that how is our national movement doing. So we realize that we try to compare that 5 years or 10 years ago, that type of formation and right now formation, there is lots of difference and gaps there. Because now our students then very much challenged, especially in the university, they don't have time to think about themselves. So they're in the pressure for their university, at the same time they study as well. And most of them are focusing more on their career, not really social justice or social work, because most of them, they're thinking to support their family, even for their career as well. So although we are struggling, and many people talking that this is a new generation, and technology, information, new generation, what they're doing only. But when it's needed, we can see that young generation coming out and trying to see and trying to respond to the crisis like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, it's happened, and in different countries also young people really they're trying to taking initiative. But based on that, in my realize that we really need to invest first in the national level. In the national level, we need to really train our animators, leaders, and chaplains, especially for their formation. Because most of them, they really forgot that what is our identity, what is the formation, and what they really do. So different sub-regions, different regions, they have a different challenges that what we are facing. So Bertha also visited most of our national movement after pandemic. So she has, I hope she has many information to share with us that what kind of challenges our national movement members, they're really seeing. So when we did some of our online virtual national movement visitation, And when they share also, it's lack of knowledge about the human rights, social justice, peace, whatever we're speaking about this. They're most of them, they're aware about their daily basic needs, what we try to understand. And there is no any information and any training for them for the capacity building. So we really need to invest more in the ground level, in the national level training that to realize them, no? So this is what we have been thinking. That's why we came up also for in-person training program in Asia Pacific that we call continued learning and action program. Before pandemic, we came with this GCS program. It was not really, we could not fully implement because of the pandemic. So now we are trying through CLAP program, and we are really trying to do this with the national movement. And there are some upgrades after that kind of training. So this is what we are seeing some of the result. And also that it depends on the leadership also in the national level, because every year our leadership has changed in the national level. Some of the country 2 years, some of the countries 1 year. So when we started to train them, after they join 1 workshop, 2 workshop, then their leadership, their term is finished. So we need to also see how we can accompany them continue. So this is also we need to see. And there are also some, some of the student leaders, when we try to work with them, there are also some of problem at national level, they try to block them to work with the directly regional level, no? So there are some channel that we have to reach out them. This is also we are seeing that we need to also create some of the leadership ladder that how we can bring and in the regional level training and national level as well. And of course, there are some financial barriers as well. So we are trying to maximize our online, the distance learning as well. But most of our students also not busy with their own university life, their daily life, and some of them working part-time working also. So if we also offer some of the online courses, so they are also facing challenges that how to join, the time difference as well. Because with the East Asia and Southeast Asia and South Asia, at the same time, if we organize at the international level globally, then we have to also invite interpreters, Spanish, French, and English, and different regions, different time zone as well. So this kind of challenges we are facing, and finance as well. This is quite a big challenges for us, because we have been trying to find volunteer also to assist us for the those who will be working as the interpreter. This is also quite challenges for us. Although we have alumni, but problem is if we organize some training also, different regions, they have a different test, different interest to work on it. So as a global leaders, I'm trying to understand, this is only my 1 year term. I'm finishing 1 year in the international level. So this is, I'm trying to understand. So what will be their needs? So yeah, there is a possibility many of our alumni are interested to work with us. So we have to see that what area we can work. Because if we speak about the human rights, but some of the country, they're not interested to learn about human rights, because they are interested more that career-oriented training, some of them. So this is what we are realizing. So I think this is also our challenge, especially for the regional coordinators, to try to figure it out, to do some survey also, to know our students' interest, what they really needs. So this is important for us also. Yeah, thank you.
Before I give the floor to Edita, please leave a message for raise me of hand. It's online participant. And as we have said, when I was working in Civic, we go to the ground. There was a lot of human rights issues, and many members, when they go involved, they became victims of human rights violations. But these days, we have many other platforms, not only human rights, SDGs, many, and also still human rights.
Human rights seen as a little bit political, political in the sense some may say, oh, this is a political, this is not my area. Although today human rights covers all the civilian, political, economic, social, almost all the issues related to our daily life and the social life, political life. But nevertheless, people have very, narrow concept, So that's why sometimes if you bring human rights, certain groups are already out, So I think we have to find a way how to bring more group, not only human rights. Also, we need to expand human rights concept, scope, but at the same time using other platform, agenda. Like in this sense, SDG can be also very useful in many ways. Anyway, so this is the challenge we discussed so far. And then I would like to ask Berta, already you're 3 years, right? These 3 years. You met a lot of the members during your visit to national, some graduates, some, the fresh and the leaders. So what is your reflection on this question? Could you please share?
Yes. So continue from William mentioned about the continued learning and action program, the online capacity building. I am the fruit of that because in Indonesia, I come from the eastern part and I know this movement. I know IMCS through this club. And from that, I know that our movement affiliate with this IMCS Pax Romana. So after pandemic, and when we start to get the students for the program, and then we do the national visitation, and last 2023 we finally have our Asia Pacific Council here in IYTC. Then we have our team organizational strengthening and movement building. And it's true because based on my experience, and then also after working with the movement and going to sit and listen from the students at the national movement level, some of them don't know what is IFCS, how their movement connect or affiliate with IMCS, and how can they get they what's called it, participate or take this affiliation member to learn more, for example, going to know more about human rights and all. It's really pity to know that they don't even know, they just know this is our international partner. They don't really understand this is affiliate member. They get they should they will get the benefits by joining the program, training program that we have, and many opportunities that they can have. So with that, according to my answer in the previous session about how difficult it is from IMCS at the regional level, when we talk about the movement building, once we start to work with the other partners, the secular, the youth groups, now I can say we have a contact group. Before we have only in Australia after pandemic. Now we have a contact group, and one of them from PNG that Bishop mentioned. We recently connect with them, and then in Fiji and Kiribati. So our assignment as the leaders, actually after pandemic, after the very in online we can talk during pandemic, but after that we facing challenges in how to get the students again to join our program. And so this is the challenges that we have. And when we have this IYTC, we believe that through our internship and indeed this kind of forum, we get to know that this kind of forum, then we have an intergenerational dialogue like this. We know that how we can learn, and from IMCS, from Pax Romana, we can be like you all who here, no, like Mas Budi, Ruki, and Rajkumari, and Atikins, and all here. So it is very important again, and I hope this will be a very this will be a first, and we can continue again this kind of forum, so our students can see how they can learn from this movement and through participating or through coming for program in IUITC. And other than that, there are several things that we try to again get the students through our working commissions, that we work with the students. As William mentioned, how difficult it is for us to again connect with the because there is a gap, connect with the new national leaders after every year. So with that, through this working commission, through this forum like this, only because of finance, we can only hold once in a year like this. But through this, we can see successor of the movement who will become first coming to work with the commission, and then internship, that they come directly from the national movement. And through this kind of training, through this kind of forum like this, we can see who can be the next leader for like regional and global for the movement. So yeah, this, I hope this will be a first step forward for this kind of intergenerational dialogue among the Catholic movements and association. And though we don't have any particular platform or any new group, but from this kind of forum, it will help future generation. And then, I mean, the students, yeah. I hope it's answered.
Thank you very much for your sharing, Berta. Yeah, sorry, the time's up now. There was one question from Lucia, but I believe this question already covered by some of the speakers, right? Okay, so we can skip. So with this, I want to end the session, the last session of the day. Of course, still question remain, we need to go deeper tomorrow. We have 2 more days. Some of the questions we can continue to reflect, because it's not only human rights, the whole about the movement, Human rights is one of the cases, how we can build movement more with a long-term perspective, long-term strategy. It's not only IMCS, it's IYCS, YCW, and rural, and so, So I think we can broaden our perspective at the same time. Hopefully tomorrow we'll go deeper, So that hopefully at the end of this forum, we can come up with some practical strategies, to address this problem. Because this is nothing new. This question has been raised, as Stefan said, the last 30 years, right? But somehow this is maybe first and last generation to tackle, root causes of this problem, more systematically. Okay. So thank you very much for your contribution to the time. And also those who participate online. So I hope to see you tomorrow. Have a nice day, morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Shall we have a group photo, Stefan?
The online participants.
Online participants, open your camera. Open your camera. We have 2 photos. One is a formal photo. The other one is action photo. Action photo with the 3 fingers. You know the meaning of 3 fingers? This means hunger game, against dictators, again. Okay. First one, just smile, smile as big as, make a big smile. Okay, let's smile. Smile photo. Open your camera, smile. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3.
One more.
Okay, please open your camera. So, as if we are the happiest person in the world at this moment, okay? Happy, wow. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, now second photo, more serious face. Hunger game, against all the dictators, democracy,
Hello,
human
Raji.
rights, peace. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Raji.
Thank you. Hi, Kins. How are you?
Good.
Nice to see you after a long, long, long time.
Yes, me too. I'm so happy.
Hello, Father Mike.
Thank you, Stefan, for joining us. James.
Hi, Budi.
Thank
Hi.
you. Bishop.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Thank you, Stefan, for joining us. Thank you,
Thank you.
Bishop,
Thank you.
Thank you, Berta.
Rookie,
Thank you.
James,
Father.
Thank you.
Rajkumari. Nice to see you all.
Thanks, Anselmo. Bye. Thanks, IMCS team. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best for days to come. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Bishop.